back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The breaking news this morning that we must begin with, because I'm calling out local media bias by omission, because there's not a ton of coverage that I see, with the notable exception of our sister station, KWW News Radio, of these protests going on. These are anti-Israel, and I'll go so far as to say anti-Jewish, but anti-Israel protests happening locally at Swarthmore College. The audacity of these woke, privileged, out of touch students, although they may not all be students. So I presume some may be students or former students, but they're on the front lawn, Swarthmore College, locally, and they're making their demands, and they won't leave the lawn until their demands are met. We have that going on. We have Bernie Sanders coming to Philadelphia. Stop the oligarchy. I can't do the imitation like Rich Zeoli is like so. I should just get.
We
like
do have his megaphone. You can try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try it now. I'm not as. I mean, Zeoli actually sounds like him.
Yeah, here's Zeoli right now.
Welcome to your nation's capital.
Oh wait, that's actually
Wait,
Bernie.
I thought, wow, Zeoli, that was amazing. But so yeah, Bernie Sanders coming here to Philadelphia. And his rallies, Stop the Oligarchy tour, but it starts at 4. That means between 3 and 3:15, the roads are shutting down. And so it's, the north side of City Hall of Philadelphia, but all the road closures, JFK Boulevard, Broad Street. I mean, think about it. And then time that out with the evening rush on a beautiful day when you're trying to get out of the office a little early, perhaps.
Oh, this is going to be miserable.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be hell. Yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's going to be hell. So you're going to be stuck in your car. It's going to be hot, 80 degrees, right? And then your motor's running and you're stuck in the traffic. So this is your permission slip to leave work early. Leave before 3 p.m. If you're at work.
You talking to me?
Oh, that's right, because Dan's here all the way. Yeah, So yeah, you need to leave.
Yeah. But do you know where this is going to be? Is there?
It's the north. I believe the north. It's City Hall, outside City Hall.
Oh, geez.
But I think it's the north
So
side.
not only is Vine Street Expressway going to be
hot mess.
a hot mess, but then, as you said, there's also what's going on in South Philly that's going to have the traffic down there miserable as well.
Because the Phils hopefully beat the Nationals again, because it was 7-2 yesterday. Schwarber, but so that's 6:45 tonight. So everybody's And by the way, if you're lucky enough, because what a great night for baseball.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's going to be stunning. It's so perfect. But I would say get here and just tailgate or go out to dinner or whatever, but get here before 3 p.m., right? Which is hard for people to do. It's going to be a mess, no matter how you look at it. And I'm going to point this out to you. So, number one, we don't have confirmation as to whether the lovely Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, because unlike others here, I think she is a beautiful young lady. She is very popular, and I think she ramps up I think people come to see her, not Bernie. No disrespect. Yeah, she is the boss, baby. And young women love her, so don't discount her. And by the way, if she ever does become president, God forbid, you can thank Fox News, because they have made her, from day one, they made her a superstar. So just, everybody on conservative talk radio loves to talk about her and plays all of her. You're just ramping up her support because you're putting her out there. It's like a free putting her out there. So we got that going on. As far as Bernie Sanders, I want to point out to you that he's also in Pennsylvania, not just today, he's in Philadelphia, but these May Day so-called worker rallies or union rallies, they are taking place across the nation, but also, heads up, all across Montgomery County, South Jersey, all across the region. So these rallies happening around, during the evening rush. But Bernie will be in Harrisburg, the farm show, so he'll be speaking tomorrow as well in Harrisburg and across Pennsylvania. So it's a couple of days of Bernie Sanders. So we'll get some nice audio, and you'll get to hear Rich Zeoli do his amazing Bernie imitation. Do you know back in the day, by the way, do you know that Greg Stocker had booked Bernie Sanders when he was running for president?
No.
And actually, Greg Stocker booked him on the Zeoli show.
Really?
And we were promoting it. This is when Zeoli was first edition afternoons back in the day. And then somebody from the Bernie camp must have realized that they were on.
Did they hear Megaphone Bernie?
They must have.
Yeah.
And then they went, oops, so they canceled.
Moved him to the other side of the podium.
But they didn't. They literally, he came this close to getting Bernie. That would have been classic.
That would have been awesome.
Yes.
You think we could get Bernie?
No.
No. Would you want?
Would
you even want?
Oh my
Bernie?
God, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I'll put in a request.
You could. I would love. Maybe he would talk to me.
Throw one out there. Yeah.
And say, Dawn, she doesn't imitate you because she can't. No. But she's very. People like her.
If you were standing on the wrong side of the
say.
podium, she'd step up and help you.
I would definitely. Oh God! Like yesterday.
On this side, Bernie.
I'm going to be on this side. All right.
On this side. To his defense, I know we did that yesterday, but in his defense, he was facing the crowd, but it was a photo op. So they wanted the crowd behind him, right?
Yeah, but was there not crowd behind the cameras?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
So they put the crowd. He didn't want to be rude.
It's an embarrassing moment for everybody.
He loves the lovely young ladies.
I love speaking in front of these crowds.
What does Zeoli say? The patchouli. What do they smell like?
Patchouli oil.
Patchouli oil.
Uh-huh.
They smell like how Zeoli says that. Anyway, I can't do it. And we are watching. And we are watching the trial, seriously winding down with this is the Maurice Hill trial. And I know that you're watching the coverage and the prosecutors speaking out yesterday, closing arguments, and today I believe the defense, and they'll finish the closing arguments. But the prosecution saying that there is zero way that this guy did not know law enforcement was trying to take him in, and that they don't believe him. And you, the jury, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you should not believe this man. And he absolutely knew this was law enforcement. He fired upon them. He could have killed these 6 officers who he shot during an 8+ hour standoff. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know that everybody, all of us, we're thinking, oh, come on, this guy's totally convicted. I mean, this is going to be, when the jury gets it, it's going to be 5 minutes. It's a Philadelphia jury. And he took the stand. And a lot of times, your lawyer will say, don't take the stand. Let us do the talking. I think it behooved him to take the stand because it's a Philadelphia jury.
But didn't you say the argument was that he didn't realize that the helicopters and SWAT were for him?
But you know what, Dan? It's a Philadelphia jury.
Oh, come on, though. Like, they can't.
I'm telling you,
it's ridiculous.
He took the stand and he said,
yeah, there's helicopters above. SWAT car right in front. Guns drawn towards my house, but nah,
He said, I was afraid. I was afraid for my life, and I called my family.
Okay.
But I didn't call 911 because I don't trust the police to protect me. You get my drift?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I believe in the jury system. It's the best we've got, and I'm just saying, it's a Philadelphia jury. And will they sympathize and believe his story? He was wearing his best pink suit, looking very, kind of beta male, I guess, in the power pink. I'm just saying.
Beta male? That's an alpha male move.
I know. That's my son.
Only real males wear pink.
I know. My son David, Easter Sunday, wore his pink suit.
Oh, yeah, David definitely rocked
it. David, he was rocking that pink suit.
Salmon, right? Yeah.
David loves Stan Borowski. He loves
really?
Greg Stocker. Yeah,
oh,
you guys were.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys were
cool
so
guy.
wonderful to him during he was volunteering. Travis Mannion.
Well, when you have a kid that wants to do everything he can, he's like a sponge that soaks up things. It's pretty cool. I mean, David came and Travis Mannion. He ran the video board. If you go back and watch the video, the person behind the scenes, there's actually Dawn's son for a lot of the time. Ran the soundboard. Really cool to see him.
Thanks for saying that. And thanks. I mean, you were great to him. You made that happen. So you and Greg Stocker. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm starting to sound like the Trump cabinet. They're all very complimentary.
Very complimentary towards Trump, right?
Does Pam Bondi sound straight? The way she addresses him, she goes, President. Do you know what I mean?
It's a little weird.
She has a strange
Is it
way
like weird to you, or is it like...
I don't know.
Yeah?
Kind of like staccato in her delivery.
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country.
She has a different cadence to the way she speaks, but usually people say, well, Mr. President or President Trump, but the way she says it, President, I don't know, it just strikes me as different.
Complimentary towards the president, but continually negative towards the press for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And Dawn, just today, Stephen Miller really let loose on the press because of the immigration situation. Take a listen.
He had to shame you into covering it.
Shame.
And each and every one of you that sides over and over again with these MS-13 terrorists,
shame.
To the extent that you have the financial means to do so, you all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who've invaded our homes and our country.
Shame. Shame.
Woo.
Shame.
On fire today, huh?
Stephen, I love you. He's the best. He is. He's so good. And I love that, I just picture somebody like waving their finger. That's right.
Shame.
Thank you.
Shame.
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 The walk of shame.
Shame.
You people in the media, you privileged 1%ers. They're not even 1%ers. They're like a tenth of 1%ers. Media shame.
So for our listening audience, they didn't see what just happened and why I was laughing over here. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT is such a fantastic peripheral to the show because as our YouTube audience is laughing their butts off at Dawn because we didn't have the video of Stephen Miller there, so instead Dawn Miller just essentially mouthed and
Oh, I didn't even know.
She was sassy. She's showing some sass. Oh, you were on camera for that, Dawn. Oh, yeah, 100%. You didn't realize you were on camera?
No.
Oh,
I was fooling around.
You were playing for the audience.
I thought you had, like, Stephen Miller up, so I was, like, getting all sassy.
So you got to get to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go see some Dawn.
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought you knew you were on.
Shame. No, I thought Stephen Miller, I was having fun with you.
Yeah.
That's hysterical. So Trump, tariffs, we have so many updates. And Dan, I thank you so much. Maria Bartiromo, I love her. The original Money Honey, nobody calls her that anymore, but she's brilliant, she's fabulous, and you're going to get her personal takeaway from all things Trump, the economy, and her take as well on the media coverage, because I have to ask her about that, because I think she is somebody who has such a great reputation. She's sharp, and she knows the economy like nobody else, right? But she knows Trump too. And he respects her, and she's tough with him. Tough interview, but he takes it from Maria. So Maria Bartiromo at 11.
Do I have permission to pull that for social media?
Of course.
Okay, because we got Dawn is sassy, bougie. It was amazing, Sue says. Mangle says, it was great, Dawn. You just made my morning with that. Chris Forsythe says, sassy Dawn for the win. We need more of that.
We're just having some fun. May 1st, May Day. Happy May Day. So just ahead, we have Beth Ann Rosica, our education expert in chief. So we'll talk all things education, because you saw Linda McMahon, among others, yesterday at that cabinet meeting, or day before yesterday at the cabinet meeting. Was it yesterday? My man, what a day. You think about a news cycle and how fast things go from last night, Trump talking about the economy and addressing that situation. And today, by the way, 11 o'clock, while we're talking to Maria Bartiromo, it's also the National Day of Prayer. So Trump will be at the White House leading that special service with a National Day of Prayer. So we'll think about that as well. But Beth Ann Rosica, just ahead, we'll talk all things education and get Beth Ann Rosica's takeaway as we look at education funding, and locally what's going on, especially with SCOTUS, with that case of funding, for example, religious schools and faith-based schools. So it's a great time to have Beth Ann Rosica. Thanks for being here. We're having some fun. Shame. Getting sassy. Getting bougie.
He had to shame you into covering.
Here on The Dawn Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family & Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the Free Odyssey.
Breaking news right now, and Dan, thanks for calling this to my attention. This is 2 pregnant women say a prayer as they were rushed to the hospital after this horrifying crash. This is I-95, Delaware County, and it's that big semi-trailer, one of those that carries all the vehicles, like new cars, involved in just a very bad accident. That happened. We're getting word that 2 pregnant ladies were rushed, and it's a horrific accident. If you see the other vehicles involved in the crash, so we hope that they're okay. You hate to see a story like, it's bad enough when you see an overturned tractor trailer involved in an accident like that, but then you realize 2 pregnant women, and I don't have their condition update. It's just a headline there.
Yeah,
so
we'll keep an eye on this story as it
thank
develops.
you.
Yeah.
So we want to get to our very own Beth Ann Rossica, our education guru locally. When we think about the state of education in Pennsylvania, Beth Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Dawn.
So a lot going on. We have these, I've been reporting all morning since 6 o'clock this morning, Swarthmore College. We have about 3 dozen protesters are out there. They've set forth an encampment, anti-Israel encampment. That's going on at the collegiate level. You've been writing one of your latest pieces. Well, I'll name 2 of your headlines at Broad and Liberty. The first one is, regardless of the reason, UPMC's, this is University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, their new policy change, you're saying, is good for kids because they terminated gender-affirming care for children. And then your latest one, the Radnor School Board, you say, violates the policy with a vote to return those controversial books to the local library. So I'll begin let's begin in Radnor Township. I know that I had covered it as a local story with a board change, but for you, what do you make of the Radnor School Board reversing this policy?
Well, actually, so what they did was they violated their own policy. So Radnor has a policy that's been in effect since 2008, which allows a parent or a community member to ask for a review of a book that they have a concern about. And a parent in the district had a concern about 3 books. He filed the complaint. The superintendent followed the policy that said he had to form a committee to review the books. The committee reviewed the books and voted 5-1 to remove the books from the library. So that should have been the end of the story. That's their policy. It was followed. The committee convened. They voted. They removed the books from the library. However, people got upset. Community members found out about this, got upset about these books being removed. Some of these people may be familiar with. Genderqueer is one of the most controversial books across the country, the most contested book in school libraries. And there were two other books, Blankets and Fun Home. Blankets and Fun Home. Yes. So Fun Home and Genderqueer have LGBTQ themes in them. Blankets does not. It's more about a sexual abuse that happened to a child. So these three books, they have graphic images. They're graphic novels. They had pictures, drawings in them that the committee found objectionable. And when the community found out that these books had been removed, people mobilized, got crazy, went to the school board meeting, wrote letters. And so the school board had a 2-hour discussion last week about the books. And many of the members of the board acknowledged that the policy was followed, and that just because they don't like the outcome of the policy, can they really overrule the decision of the ad hoc committee when that's what the policy says? However, people, invoked the book banning and we have to do the right things and we have to fix our policy. And they voted 6-0. 3 people abstained. And I think that those 3 people abstained because they were concerned about overriding or violating their own policy. But they voted 6-0 to return those books to the library. And I guess they will put in place a new policy that has to go through 2 consecutive board meetings to get approved. So I would anticipate that in June or July, they will have a new policy that will probably make it very difficult to remove any books from the library. But what I wrote about, Dawn, and what I'm so outraged about, and what I think everybody should be outraged about, is let's put the issue of the books aside. We're never going to agree on what books should be there, whether the images are pornographic or not. But when a school board, a duly elected school board, violates their own policy knowingly, they acknowledge for the public record that they are disregarding and overruling their own policy because that's what they think is right. What I find ironic about this is that this is an all-Democratic school board, 9-0 Democrats. The progressives, are screaming in outrage that, that they think that the Republicans are constantly ignoring the rule of law. And so I find it ironic because if this was a conservative school board, we saw it up in Central Bucks, that it tried to overrule a policy, and Central Bucks didn't even do that. They actually enacted legally a new policy that people didn't like. But, in this instance, nobody's screaming and yelling that the Radnor School Board violated their own policy. And even the news outlets, while they're reporting on it, they're not reporting on this aspect. They're very, very focused on the books being removed, the books being returned. But to me, the real story and the very important piece here is that there was a policy, it was followed, and the board said, we didn't like the outcome, so we're disregarding the policy.
Yeah, and it's a shame. It is a shame to me that basically this seems like they were pressured, peer pressured, or whatever you want to say, pressured into it, breaking their own policy and not even acknowledging the fact that, their own board, and you write about this, their own committee that they formed found that there were simulations of prohibited acts. You write about this, sex abuse, underage girls performing oral gratification. None of this is really addressed in there. It's a shame to me that they would put politics or put this kind of peer pressuring over the safety and, thoughtful care of children.
Well, what I find incredibly ironic is that the superintendent, when he sent out a community email informing people that the books had been removed and the policy had been followed, he sent a link that you could download the complaint from the parent that included the graphic images that the parent objected to. In the superintendent's letter to the community, he said, please be mindful that select explicit illustrations from each book are included in the complaint. So he warned adults who received this email about the explicit illustrations, yet these books are in our library, and there are no warnings on the books that say, beware of explicit content. And again, no other news outlet, the Philadelphia Inquirer, none of these outlets ever, ever, ever post or include a link to these images. We, of course, have the complaint linked. You can view the pictures. They're right there for everybody to look at if you want to look at them. But no other news outlet does that. And I find that very, very hypocritical. If you think that these books are okay as a news outlet, then print those pictures for everybody to see.
Yeah. Amen. I mean, and why don't the news outlets show this graphic material? The reason,
because I'm sure they
can
think
you imagine, right?
They think it's inappropriate, right? The complaints that they would get from their readers, and I don't know, it could be a violation,
FCC
particularly
sure,
print. Right?
That's
right.
a big FCC fine. You start showing this basically it's, some of these are, you could say, are child sex abuse, images. Yeah, that's those graphic. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Those graphic images, you could get an big fat FCC fine. I wanted to just get your take as well on overall, and I know you've written a lot about this as far as education funding and returning the power to the states. So in other words, the federal government saying, hey, Pennsylvania or New Jersey, you're going to decide where the money is best suited and that sort of thing. As you look at this, I will say to you that the one, even, from all, I'll say a diversity of educators, whether they're Republican, whether they're independent, whether they're Democrats, those educators that I've talked to who are involved in special education type programs, they are concerned about, kids that require some kind of special education or have special needs. That's what I'm hearing from them. How is this going to work with the funding when there aren't federal standards? You say what?
Well, so I wrote a piece a couple weeks ago about I think that closing the Department of Education will actually benefit kids, and particularly kids with special needs. No one there's been no discussion at the federal level of ending funding that goes to states for special education. Nobody has said up to this point. Now, I'm not going to say that could change, but as of right now, there's no discussion that less money is going to go to the states. They're just saying that they are going to eliminate the Department of Education and probably move that, funding to a different department. And quite honestly, I think that makes the most sense. The U.S. Department of Education has a number of unfunded mandates and bureaucratic red tape requirements that cost school districts a ton of money. I mean, the administrative bloat that we see in public school districts in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, much of it is related to reporting requirements, to unfunded mandates, to regulations that require, voluminous pages. I mean, if you look at it for any parent whose child has an individualized education plan, when you look at those plans, they're like 50 pages long. And so many of them are just cookie cutter. They just, okay, you have this exceptionality, like this is the one we use, we check the boxes, but it's a very long, cumbersome process. And a lot of that comes from the federal guidelines. If we can get the money without the federal guidelines, that is going to give school districts a lot more flexibility about how they provide services to kids and to put more money in direct services than into 15 special ed supervisors who are not looking at how kids are improving academically or meeting their IEP needs. They're basically making sure that all the boxes are checked. It's the same thing with Title I funding. Title I funding is used to support kids who are really behind in reading and math. And again, they have Title I coordinators, they have Title I supervisors, people who have to do all of this busy work, bureaucratic paperwork that is not being used in direct services to kids. So I actually see this as a potentially positive situation if the funding comes at the same levels without all of the bureaucratic requirements. I actually think that this could be a win. Now, the question will be is Pennsylvania will have to decide how it will administer the program and if they're going to keep all of that bureaucratic red tape in place or if they're going to work to make it easier for school districts to get more direct services to kids.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know just this week the House Republicans, they revealed more on the plans to reform higher education across America, and they're doing all the budget reconciliations. So we're learning about Pell Grants, what they're going to do with repayment plans and limits on how much people can borrow, all of that. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look through their latest plans, and we're getting this kind of piecemeal, but what did you make of that, or did you have a chance to evaluate that?
Yeah, I don't have a good sense of that yet, Dawn. To your point, it's very piecemeal, and I don't have a good sense about what that's all going to look like at the higher ed level.
And then when we think about vouchers, and we've talked a lot about school choice, and especially because that was a campaign promise by Governor Shapiro. So I know we've talked a lot about it, but at the Supreme Court of the United States, this case and its faith-based education is in the limelight, if you will. Where are you with a case like that? And do you think that the climate right now is a better one for pushing through these school choice type vouchers?
Well, I think the answer is yes and no in terms of the climate. I think that, with failing schools all over, not only the Commonwealth, but across the country, we have to look at alternatives for how we're going to meet every child's needs academically. And I think that if you talk to any principal or any superintendent off the record and ask them to be honest and answer from their heart, they would tell you that it is next to impossible for them to successfully meet the needs of every child. We have such diverse populations. We have such, myriad of needs of kids that a one-size-all approach, it's not going to work. And I actually think that we could do our public schools a better service by enacting vouchers or some type of school choice so that, kids with very specific needs, that they wouldn't need to go to public schools, and public schools wouldn't have to try to fit everybody into a square box. I think it's an impossible situation. And I think that from that perspective, the climate is right for school choice. Unfortunately, here in Pennsylvania, our governor, broke his campaign promise. He has abandoned his promise. He's completely walked away from any discussion of school choice. And I think now that he has his sights set on the White House in 2028, he's going to continue to ignore his campaign promises because the Democratic Party will never support him as a candidate if he enacts a school choice program here in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's why he abandoned it. The teachers union in Pennsylvania gave Shapiro a lot of money when he was running for governor. And I think they put the pressure on him. They said, listen, you, if you're going to be our guy, you can't support this initiative. So I am not very optimistic of anything changing here in Pennsylvania with the Democrats, owning the House and having a Democrat in the governor's seat.
Well, listen, Beth Ann Rossica, thank you so much. We all love hearing, what you have to say on this, because this is obviously your wheelhouse, but also because you're not only a PhD in education, but you're also a local mom. And so we know that you care. Thank you, Beth Ann Rossica.
Thanks, Dawn. Have a great day.
Oh, you too. Take care. Broad and Liberty is where you will find her latest pieces. But yeah, as far as the Supreme Court divided, they seem divided. I listened to some of that audio just of the Supreme Court justices as they seem divided over this is a Catholic virtual charter schools efforts that to become really the nation's first religious faith-based charter school. It's notable that Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who, as you well know, is a devout Catholic, she recused herself from this case. So you could have a tie vote, but I think this will hinge on the vote of Chief Justice John Roberts as I listen to that. So we're following the SCOTUS very carefully. You know, I got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans, with the summer change. It's supposed to be spring. This weather feels, quite frankly, like summertime. We're in the 80s this week. But no matter what the season, you want to make sure that you have the right guys. And I've got my guys at Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and military veteran founded company. They're the best. They were just out last week. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. I am so excited about my new unit because they came, they installed it. It's a beautiful thing. It is silent. It's the best. We have this office. We're redoing everything. And in the office area, it was always like dank and cold no matter what in there. And then in the summer, it's like steaming hot. So this was perfect for us. It's a perfect fit. The Mitsubishi Electric, great solution for a home lacking the proper ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. So just contact them, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans, my guys. Got to get them. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Call Emmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
You thinking about running for president? Or Senate?
Because of my Instagram post?
No, the video, the campaign style video. It's got everybody talking.
I mean, listen, it's a video, and frankly, I think what people should be most concerned about is the fact that Republicans are trying to cut Medicaid right now, and people's health care is in danger, and that's really what my central focus is. This moment isn't about campaigns or elections or about politics. It's about making sure people.
It's about politics, not people. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Will she be in Philadelphia with Bernie Sanders? Remember
Hello, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he'll be in Pennsylvania for a couple days now, but in Philadelphia, messing up your traffic if you're here. So get out of town before 3:15 when the roads close. 4 p.m. rally scheduled with the one and only.
Fighting oligarchy by closing traffic for the elite.
Yeah. Or for the working schlubs like us.
So much sense.
Yes.
Yes.
Bernie. He's a hoot. That Bernie Sanders. So let's get your thoughts as you look at what's going on with the state of education and revamping education, reevaluating it, and doging it. Sharon in Plymouth meeting. I know you had some thoughts. You're worried about your grandkids and the schools. Hey, Sharon.
Yes, I'm worried. Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm one of the original parents. I'm 80 years old that fought for the right to education. So I've been around this a long time. And we fought for our children to be included in everything that they could possibly be and to make the exceptions and develop something else. We didn't want them taken out of their neighborhoods because they need to have neighborhood friends. We're losing this. Every one of my children and grandchildren are special needs teachers or in administration for special needs. It's been the mission of our families for so many years. And when I hear people talk about letting parents choose where they want their children to go for services or just because of their personal opinions, that's wrong. They need to be in their own neighborhood so that they can have play dates. No mother wants to drive an hour, drop her child off, and 2 hours later come back, or they don't, God forbid, have a car or transportation. Yep. This is the wrong thing to do. Every school should be equipped. Well, we fought for this law, and believe me, I quit my job, and we lived on less money so that I could fight. My daughter has muscular dystrophy, who today is a special needs teacher.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Sharon, thank you for that. Thank you, Sharon. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Yeah, and I've said that before, that we need to return to the community. I think it's crazy that kids are on a school bus or in Philadelphia riding SEPTA and sometimes making a connection, going for an hour on a bus. That's crazy. And we see that, I mean, quite frankly, even for kids in the private school where they're being however they're getting to school, whether it's a school bus or their parents. I do love the idea that Sharon's saying. It used to be that the school was the community center and parents were encouraged to be involved. And nobody would have thunk it to say parental rights. The argument for a long time, I know you know this, was, or the criticism was, if a parent was not involved. And now, in this upside down land that we live in, isn't it weird that they don't want the parents in? Everything's locked down. They make it more difficult in many school districts for you to even volunteer in your kid's school. That's awful. They should encourage parents. And yeah, you do. I know some of you have complained or you've been surprised that you have to get your clearances, but I got my clearance. It's not a big deal because obviously you don't want any other parent or grandparent or caregiver who's in your child's school and that individual is, volunteering in the school with your kid too and theirs, and that person, you don't know their background. So, of course, especially in this litigious society and so on, you have to have your clearances, but it's not that difficult to get. It's not a big deal. But I think that we should encourage parents, grandparents. A lot of schools have Grandparents' Day. That's so cool to celebrate your come to school, have your grandparent come in. It's wonderful when you do things like that. So we need to return to the community. But the other problem is that parents, especially here in Philadelphia, their public school is not a great facility, doesn't have HVAC. We've talked about all the problems with our schools. They don't even offer, for example, a lot of the math classes that the private schools are going to have because of the teacher shortage. I don't even talk about that enough. There's so many issues swirling around education. We need to fix it. We need to take a fresh look at it. And unfortunately, the school vouchers are an answer right now because so many of the public schools have the crowded classrooms. They don't have the teachers. And you know this. Oftentimes you'll see, we even saw it at Norwood Fontbonne Academy. The reading specialist was stolen away by another district because they could pay so much more. I mean, so if you are a teacher, you're an educator, and if you're a specialist, you're a hot commodity with the teachers shortage. And so that's a real issue too. 855-839-1210. I have to state a time because we have Maria Bartiromo. I'm so excited for her to come on Fox Business every morning. But she's also somebody, as you well know, who regularly breaks news because she's so knowledgeable. She gets those big interviews. And yes, that means Trump too. So we'll have a great conversation with Maria Bartiromo. I don't see any updates. It's kind of hard to find anything about Swarthmore College. But isn't that interesting that they're not really covering this Swarthmore College local encampment? And let's see, okay, number one, let me just give you this, just so number one, what comes up? The Philadelphia Jewish Exponent, they're covering this about Swarthmore College students in suburban Philadelphia gathering for this anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian encampment, and they're all there. They're refusing to leave.
So there's apparently an update on this, Dawn. This comes from Stu. His name's Stu on Twitter. He's a citizen journalist, and he posted a video. We'll get the video up there at some point during the show. But Swarthmore SJP claims that, quote, a group of outside agitators, mainly white men who called themselves school administration and affiliates, quote, ambushed the encampment. Though some of the encampment's pallet fortifications were dismantled, the encampment does indeed continue.
Yeah, so Swarthmore, what they're doing here is they're smart to do this because they don't want their funding. They don't want to be targeted, right? They don't want to end up on Fox News, and then they don't want to be a target for their, funding cut and that sort of thing. But they're smart to find out who among these individuals, these protesters, how many are really students, current students? That's the question, right, Dan? But they're there. They're on the lawn, as far as I can see, even as of 23 minutes ago. So they're still there, like Dan said. But are they students? That's the real question here. And if you're a university or a college and you have, like you're saying, a bunch of guys, a bunch of men, whatever, a bunch of adults coming on your campus, and these are non-students, or the majority of them are non-students, how do you guarantee the safety of your students? So you have an obligation to keep your students safe. So in the name of safety, I would say now they call police. So now that's, I think their excuse, their invitation, call the cops. But they did threaten, if any of these are students, they could be and probably will be suspended. So we got that going on, which is, we'll continue to follow it. All right, we're going to stay to time. We have a quick commercial break. We'll come back. Maria Bartiromo, the original Money Honey, but they no longer call her that, do they? So we'll take you through it with Maria Bartiromo, her take on the economy, the latest that's happening with the economy, the tariffs, Trump's promise of making America great again, and in part through unprecedented tax cuts for all Americans. We'll be right back.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago.
So that is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, talking about one big, beautiful bill. Well, she's a big deal, and she is beautiful. Maria Bartiromo, I'm honored that you're joining me this morning, and it's so good to have you here.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so thrilled to be with you.
Oh, you're so gracious. So what do you make of, the stock market, a bit of a rally this morning, looking good. Bond market seeming to react to the word that maybe there are some encouraging signs that they're doing the trade talks, the tariff talks with China. What do you make of this morning?
Oh, well, look, Dawn, I could not be more bullish. I think that President Trump has put his finger on all of the important things that matter to America and to American citizens. Yes, he's doing trade deals. Yes, he's instituting these tariffs. Yes, they're going to get that big, beautiful bill done. Look, the first 100 days were incredibly successful for this president, but now this upcoming 30 days are critical. And now it's in Congress's corner. So we need to see the House do its work, and I trust that Mike Johnson and the Republicans in the House will deliver. They will deliver spending cuts. They will get in alignment, and they will pass that bill. I suspect it will be by the end of the month. Memorial Day is what they're targeting. Then it's really the Senate. We need the Senate to step up. Remember when the House came out when they said that we have identified $1.5 trillion in spending cuts? And then what does the Senate do? They come back with $4 billion in spending cuts. No. That's not going to cut it in order to get everybody on board. I think they understand that. They understand that time is of the essence. They need to be aligned. If this impacts the midterm elections and Hakeem Jeffries becomes the Speaker of the House, President Trump is going to have problems, and America is going to have problems. So I think everyone knows that, although you still have, your grandstanders here and there who may not vote. They can afford to lose a couple of votes in the House. Thomas Massey is always difficult. We'll see what happens beyond that. I think in the Senate, Mitch McConnell will be difficult. I don't know about Susan Collins and Murkowski, but those are the names to watch in terms of being difficult.
The headlines, and I always talk about bias by omission and the so-called legacy media. New York Times this morning, Trump tariffs and shrinking GDP raise the political stakes. When yesterday, when that news broke of the GDP number, that's all we heard about was the shrinkage. What does Maria Bartiromo see when you look out at when you give the economic outlook and you look at all these factors in play with our economy?
Well, everything is connected. On the GDP contraction, we did see a contraction. It was down 0.3%. But remember, Dawn, the reason that we saw that contraction is because we had more imports than exports. And what happened was people and companies were trying to get ahead of the tariffs. They said, okay, it's going to get more expensive potentially with these tariffs. Let me front load everything and buy this stuff now. So there was some technical issues around the GDP in the quarter. Now, we will get 3 updates here. So we may very well go back to growth in the next update because we will have a better sense of whether or not that was all import related or if, in fact, we actually saw people pulling back in the first quarter. I had Scott Bessent on this morning on Mornings with Maria on Fox Business, and he said, no, we're going back to growth. That was totally because people were front loading it. So he's pretty bullish. I feel good about things. I think that when you look at some of the things that are indicators, consumer spending is still strong. Consumers are still pretty optimistic. Oil prices are way down, and that is so important for inflation. So if prices can stay contained because the price of oil is down, that will be good. Interest rates have come down. That's another big positive. So you've got lots of positives going on. I'm not worried about a contraction so far. It's only the first reading. We've got 3 more readings to come. We'll see. And I think that, President Trump delivered a very diversified group of people, population. He delivered Republicans, conservatives, independents, moderates, Democrats. I think they are going to give him the wiggle room to actually execute his agenda. So I'm not worried that, people are turning on him. He said, he was very clear. He said we will see disruption. And we are. We're going to see some disruption. We're going to see some big moves in the stock market. But we should not be traders. We're not traders. You put your money in the stock market because that is the best place for long-term wealth creation. And you leave it there. You have conviction in the companies or the ETFs or the mutual funds that you bought. Leave it there and wait. You don't trade around it. That's what traders do. We should not be traders. So what you see here in terms of the wild swings in the market, that's traders. And so it doesn't scare me at all.
You put out just some headlines this morning. You mentioned on Mornings with Maria, the headline was a big deal could get done, rebalance, in quotes, U.S.-China trade barriers, that from Scott Bessent. Geez, I wonder if the market was reacting to Maria and your interview. You know what I mean? Like that. Sometimes I wonder that. And you also put out there Trump is not afraid to poke back at China. So what do you see as far as the China trade barriers, the rebalance that we may see soon?
Well, look, for the longest time, China has been the producer of products for the world. I went to China when I was at another network 20 years ago, CNBC. It was a nightmare. I went there, and here's what happened. First of all, as a reporter, they followed me around everywhere I went. They had to give me a quote-unquote minder. And then at the end of the trip, they said to me, okay, we were with you this whole time. Now you have to give us $5,000 in cash. I said, what? I had to call NBC and say, we need $5,000 in cash. I've got to give it to the minder for the Communist Party. Of course, they sent the money. We had to. So the point is they are so controlled and controlling of their people, the government there. They are producing products for the world, cheap products. They don't have the consumption that the United States does. Everybody wants the U.S. consumer. We spend, we buy stuff from everybody all across the world. China cannot keep growing without the U.S. consumer. It's just that simple. So China is not going to be able to continue to have growth and even stability if the U.S. gets real tough here. And President Trump knows that. He knows that right now the Chinese economy is in a weakened state, because it is. You know, you can't believe those numbers. They tell you whatever they want to tell you. Oh, yeah, the economy grew 5%. No. I'm not buying it. So, you know, the economy there is weakened. He's hitting these tariffs of 145%. Something's got to give. They are going to have to succumb. They will do it proudly. They don't want it to look like. And this is not about the Chinese people. This is about the Chinese Communist Party and its leadership, because the Chinese people are wonderful people and they're victims here. But they are going to have to, the CCP will have to do something to make amends here. And I do think that something is afoot, you know, and there are all these other things that China does that are non-tariff barriers, that are non-economic. I mean, we all remember the surveillance balloon that traveled the country for a week, and Joe Biden allowed it before shooting it down in the Carolinas after they already, you know, surveilled our military installations, hovering around our military installations, sending information back to the CCP in real time. We know about the propaganda. They're constantly sending propaganda on social media. They bully our ships. I mean, there's a lot of bad behavior. They've been stealing intellectual property for decades. President Trump knows all of this, and he's not afraid to poke back. That's why I think that was one of the most successful things of his first 100 days. He had the courage to rip the Band-Aid off and say, you know what, this is going to stop on my watch.
You know, Maria Bartiromo, before you became a Fox business anchor, Biggity Big at Mornings with Maria on FBN there in the mornings, you were the original Money Honey, first reporter to report from the stock exchange floor, right? And you've broken what we might say a lot of barriers, Emmy Awards, Gracies, and so on. Recently, we saw a group of women who said, oh, we were the first, you know, we went into space for a few minutes in the rocket, and everybody was talking about that as a controversy. When you look at stories like that, headlines like that about women breaking barriers, for you, you're someone through very hard work, having nothing to do with the fact that you're a woman or your gender, you've never brought that up. What do you see with identity politics and for women, or anybody for that matter, moving forward, you know, trying to be successful and trying to not be defined by their gender, let's say? What advice do you have for people?
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. I mean, you know, it is tough for a woman because we do get judged on different standards. You know, when I first got down to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I mean, I'm a kid from Brooklyn, New York, and, you know, I learned how to be street smart. And that's what I was on the floor of the exchange. A lot of guys would come over to me and bump into me and try to say, hi, Mom, on camera, and while they're bumping into me. I mean, I remember one guy, he had his device around his neck, and, you know, it was like a really heavy, big metal device where he would used to put stock trades in. And I was outside the post of AIG, and I was doing a negative story about it, telling everybody how much stock was for sale of AIG. He rammed his device into my back while I was on the air, and I had to go to medical. He was suspended. Gosh. I mean, these people, you know, so I think that people don't recognize the things that women have to deal with. But look, I've never been a crybaby about it. I just have put my head down, worked hard, and I am so proud of all of the other women out there who have had to face, like yourself, face opportunities, but have done so proudly through hard work. You know, it is tough, but I would say for a woman today, and I tell, you know, generations who are behind me pretty much the same thing, and that is do it the way I did it. Work hard so that there are no shortcuts, because there are no shortcuts. You know, it doesn't matter who you know, who you think you know, your family knows. At the end of the day, it's about your performance. So work hard, know your job, know your craft, own it. Make sure you're the best person to do it and that no one can do it better than you. Number 2, always do the right thing. Don't try to do the right thing. Do the right thing always. Make the commitment today, I tell students, because you will be faced with a dilemma at some point in your life. And you need to make the commitment today that you're going to see that dilemma and you're going to take the right road, whatever it is. Because there's one thing that will always follow you wherever you go, and that is your reputation. So you need to cherish it.
Yeah.
And the third thing is I would say, love what you do. Find something that you love. Because if you love what you do, it will be real easy to work really hard at it. I love what I do. It gets me charged every day. I don't mind. I love getting up at 3 a.m. It's okay. I'm live at 6 a.m. Let's go. So, I think, those are the 3 things that I have sort of lived my life by. And I think it's important. And I think, you ignore the noise. Ignore the stuff about women and men. I mean, people used to call me and say, "Oh, Maria, we want to do a conference, investing for women, or women in financial services." And I would always say to them, "Look, I'm happy to be part of your conference, but let's be real. This is all marketing. There's no difference. Women don't want to invest differently than men. We just want to make money, and we want to know how to invest and save wisely for the long term so that we can actually generate returns for our family and have a safe and secure life and perhaps make money along the way. There's no difference in terms of men, women. There is a difference in terms of the way we're treated, unfortunately. There is. But there isn't a difference in terms of how we should approach things. So I always tell women, stick to your guns, know where you're going, know what you want to do, what's important to you, and don't lose sight of that North Star.
Yeah. Great advice. Well, from making money to making music, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, had a question.
I got to ask you, I'm sorry to keep you for one more question, Maria, but there's some story about you that just fascinates me, and I just want to hear your side of it, because there's this famous song. And written by the absolute legend, the legend Joey Ramone, which you allegedly struck up a friendship with to the point that he wrote the song about you that's just glowing. It's almost like a theme song for you.
So cool.
So what's the behind the scenes of you and Joey Ramone's relationship, Maria?
Oh, it's true. And I'll be honest with you, this was one of my biggest mistakes, and I'll tell you what it was. I was at CNBC, and I would always answer viewers. Viewers would email me, they would call me, and I was always answering viewers about the markets and about investing. And this person, Joey, started emailing me and started calling me. What do you think about Intel? What do you think about Amazon? It was the 90s. It was really the beginning of, the birth of .com. And I just thought it was Joey. I mean, I didn't realize it was the Joey Ramone. And so I was talking to him, and I was like, well, look at the earnings, look at this, look at the growth story. And we just struck up a friendship. And then he said to me, Maria, I wrote a song about you. And I said, and then right then and there, it cuts him like, oh my God, all this time, this has been that Joey Ramone. And so I said, wow, oh my God, I'm honored, I'm floored. So he said, yeah, so I'm going to sing it. I'm going to sing it this weekend. He said, I'm going to do it Thursday night. He said, and I'm going to CBGB's in the Village. He said, I'm going to get on stage about 1 a.m. and I want you in the audience. And I said, oh my God. And I was I don't know what I was thinking. I had I don't know what happened, but I said to him, Joey, I love this. I said, but there's no way I can be at CBGB's at 1 a.m. on Thursday night. I said, I've got to be at my office by 5. I've got to get up at 3. How can I be at CBGB's at 1? He goes, all right. He goes, don't worry. He goes, we'll do it again. I said, but will you come to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and sing it on the floor? Absolutely. I'll come to the floor anytime. I'll do it. So we made all these plans. He was going to come to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I was going to show him around. And he said, well, at least send a camera crew. I said, absolutely. I'm going to send my camera crew. It just didn't occur to me what was happening. So I sent the camera crew. They came back with the tapes. And I couldn't believe it. There they are, the Ramones, Joey Ramone on stage, singing this rock song called Maria Bartiromo. I'm dying. And I said, oh, my God, please, can we do it again? I will. I'll take the day off. Oh, can we do it? Yes, don't worry. I got to set it up. I'll set it up. No problem. 6 months later, he died.
Oh, no.
Oh,
he never told me. He
Maria.
never told me how sick he was. He never told me he had cancer. I did not know. And I will never, ever forgive myself. And that's another piece of advice that I have for your listeners. When you get an opportunity, go and grab it. Don't even second guess it. Don't second guess things like that. Do it, okay? Do everything you can. Life is so short, and I should have done that. So it is arguably one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. But may Joey Ramone rest in peace. His family and his friends reached out to me after. They sent me T-shirts and we talked and we, you know, I met Stevie Van Zandt later and he was, you know, so complimentary and told me all stories about Joey. And and then years later I bought at auction. I have it hanging up on my wall. I have the original lyrics that he scribbled on pieces of paper.
You have those?
And it's not. Yeah, I have it. It's on my wall.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. So it's like, it's not the exact words because he changed the words a little, but initially the first words, you know, don't mess with her on the floor. I mean, the coolest thing. And I have it on my wall in my study. And may he rest in peace. I wish I had gone that night. I should have pulled an all-nighter, no doubt about it.
Well, he's in heaven writing new songs for you, right?
Yes.
Maria Bartiromo, what a treat. You just made my week. Thank you so much. And obviously we all can see you and enjoy your great work. Editor Mornings with Maria every morning, 6 to 9 a.m. Fox Business. Yeah, thank you. And then Sunday, too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks a million.
Thank you.
Take care. What a sweetheart.
She really is. Because you never know. Because booking people like this, you don't know if you're going to get someone who's short or brash. Man, she's just so open. And what a great person Maria is. Yeah.
I will say in my career, the most successful people I've ever met who continue to be successful are that kind of personality where they love what they do, a go-getter, but also have such humility. Because I think it takes a lot of, I mean, obviously you have to have an ego to be at the highest level of your, whatever your...
Especially her level.
Yeah, whatever your, but whatever your profession at that level, but you have to have humility too. And I think she exhibits all of the above. And how cool is it to have your own theme song?
Written by Joey Ramone. Who had let's read between the lines. I think he had a crush on her, to be honest. One of those lyrics that I played, it's those eyes make everything okay. You know?
Just loved her.
Yeah.
Adored her.
What an amazing story there.
And you know what? I think, too, now looking back, if you think about it, so he was, you know, fighting in a battle for his life with cancer.
Yep.
And it just sounds like he probably was in bed a lot and, you know, was sick. And so she watching her brought him a lot of joy. Yeah. That's my take on that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for getting her. Maria Bartiromo, what a sweetheart. We will take a quick break. Be right back.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
In the commercial break. So what you're looking at photographs right now of Michael Waltz. He is the president's national security advisor, except for we just got news that he is going to be leaving the administration along with his deputy, Alex Wong. Of course, if you might remember the story of Signalgate. I don't know if that's for a particular reason, but there was some consternation among some people about Mike Waltz, who you might remember was a congressman, Green Beret, a long history and career in foreign policy, and I believe. All right,
That's the breaking news. Dana Perino just broke the story. They confirmed that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and he's not alone, as this is what we imagine Trump said.
I missed my moment, Dawn. You missed it.
You're fired.
Yeah, you're
the
fired.
apprentice. You're fired.
Yeah, I missed it.
But so it's National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, as well as other staffers. I don't have their names other than his deputy Alex Wong, but there may even be others, we're told. And so
You're fired. Get out of here.
there you go. So, yeah, he's somebody who served military combat, decorated combat veteran, Green Beret. But this all has to do with we won't assume, and I do imagine that President Trump will be speaking out about this today. Although right now he's on the White House, he's at the White House with National Day of Prayer with those ceremonies. But he did take some responsibility for the inclusion of a journalist in that group chat. If you remember this, he said, I take full responsibility that he built the group, and he said it was embarrassing and they would get to the bottom of it. And so
Here's
Fox
that,
News
audio,
confirming
Dawn.
that. Okay.
I take responsibility. I built the group.
Okay.
So but look, that's the part that we have to figure out. And that's the part that embarrassing, yes. But Pete and I are veterans. We know these operations. He has been an excellent Secretary of Defense. And this was an operation that, it amazes me. I guess the Democrats were fine to leave all the sea lanes shut down. We're fine to have destroyers fired on dozens of times by this terrorist group, and fine to have Iran keep supplying them missiles. That was okay. The president takes decisive action. And now we're seeing some real success in taking down their air defenses, opening the sea lanes, taking out their leadership. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about this.
Now, I will say the Trump administration has been maintaining that no classified, and I'll accentuate the word classified, that classified material was never transmitted in the Signal chat. But that was back in March. So we've heard Trump, defend Waltz. So we'll watch for this and see what the reaction is. But Mike Waltz, as well as his deputy, they are out of here. They are fired. And so the fact that he's taking responsibility, he's the fall guy. And I really think that in this one, the Trump team determined that this is not going away. And I think at some point, and I said this at the time, at some point when you are working as hard as they are working, it's 24/7. It's all hands on deck. Think about it. Think about the schedule of Trump with the rallies, working the weekends with it's nonstop. And so to have some story hanging out there when you have a president who's so focused and uber conscious of the media headlines, because he understands the media influences everything. And that brings us back to what Maria Bartiromo has said, and others have said, obviously, that Trump cannot afford to lose. Right now he has the House and the Senate, so you can't lose anything. You need the House and Senate to get this all passed, or it's a failure, right? And he becomes a lame duck. And so that's the reality here. So I think they just figured this is not going away. They obviously have done their own internal investigation, and they're figuring out, what really happened. So it'll all come out. We're also watching for that National Day of Prayer and Trump's comments, along with so much other local news. We've got it all for you. I don't know if I told you this, but we are in a car crisis in my family. I need to trade in my minivan. Larry's car.
Oh,
is
no.
like,
Wait. Are you moving? Is this the
I'm
end of the...
moving on up.
You're moving on from the
Moving
minivan,
on
though?
up.
Wow. Dawn, this is news.
This is big.
This is breaking news.
Right?
Yeah.
The big old mama minivan.
It's a new era.
Yeah, it's a new era.
You're moving away from the minivan era.
Because you are defined. I think you are defined. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
When you have the kids, you get the minivan.
Yeah, well, they're to that
It all
age
goes-
now where,
Right? So David's graduating high school, in a couple months.
You think an SUV or sedan?
I don't know.
No?
And then Larry Bear, he needs a new vehicle.
You know, Dawn, I could see you driving a pickup truck.
Big old pickup truck.
Yeah, why not?
And then, and that's like basically that's what I drive in with every day. The F-150s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But I think I need something that handles a little better.
All those blue collar union guys coming in with their big white trucks, you know, you should get one too.
Yeah, right.
Because you go home, you're mowing the lawn, fixing the garage.
I know. I'm gonna stop all that. I'm not doing that anymore.
No.
Nope.
Wow.
I told Larry, no more yard work.
Good.
I'm done with that
no,
too.
good for you. Your schedule's nuts. I don't know how you juggle it. Yeah.
I'm done.
Take a break.
And then David's like, "Hey, I'm graduating. Don't you have a connection to Piazza car?" I'm like, "No."
Not for you, kid.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it brings me to the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of, David, you're not getting a Mercedes-Benz. I get to have one before you, okay? Let me tell you. Because that's how they think, these teenagers. They're like, oh.
How about a G-Wagon?
Oh, my gosh.
You want a G-Wagon?
They're beautiful.
They are, yeah.
These luxury. I lust over these vehicles. You see them on the roadways. But Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, and they really do. They combine the luxury with high performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more, from the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV. You're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs and that luxury vehicle that you've been lusting after. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. It's Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It will be another warm and pleasant day across the Delaware Valley with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. High temperature up around 78. Tonight, clouds on the increase. Chance for a scattered shower and a possible thunderstorm, low 62. And for Friday, partly sunny, chance for a scattered shower storm during the afternoon. It'll be hot and more humid with a high 86.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations. Or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A pro-Palestinian encampment is back up at Swarthmore College. The school's threatening to suspend student protesters who don't leave. Only 6 days until the deadline to get your real ID, but less than a third of eligible Pennsylvanians have them. And the Washington National staffer who collapsed at last night's Phillies game is recovering.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Last night, Kamala Harris delivered her first major speech after losing the election. She attacked Trump personally, attacked the policies. Any comment on the White House on that?
Well, I think it was a great reminder to the American people of just how blessed we all are that the leader sitting in the Oval Office today is President Donald Trump and not President Kamala Harris. It was a helpful reminder of just what a travesty and a tragedy that would have been. It would have been the end of America. And it gives me a chance to bring this whole thing home.
Thank you,
if we
Stephen
continued
Miller.
on this road of radical regulation, choking off American energy, sending our supply chains to foreign countries, taxing our economy to death, pushing this cancerous woke ideology on our children, ending merit, ending scientific innovation, ending public safety, allowing, everyone goes to the stores these days, everything's locked up, criminals roam free, law-abiding citizens under the previous administration were punished while gangbangers were given red carpet treatment. Democrats, of course, are still giving gangbangers red carpet treatment. And then the border invasion. If those policies had continued, it would have been the end of the American Republic.
Stephen Miller, he is just awesome. I every time he speaks, he says something that is his own brand, his own way of viewing something. And to say it would have been a tragedy for America, but it's right. We are thankful. Thank God. Every day I wake up, thank God President Donald J. Trump is the president in the White House. And I do have faith. I keep the faith, as you well know. I do have faith that, in fact, he'll get her done. It's just this time around, as opposed to the last time when he was president, he did the taxes first and then the tariffs. So I just have to wonder, because I know they're working on the tax cut legislation, and so now I think is it in essence, because the tariffs, we're going to see this before the tax cuts to help the economy. And I just think it's a head game. I think the American people, when you look at this and you think you are fearful, and everywhere you look with the media, I just looked up, I glanced up, I was monitoring. So CNN said, oh, the cargo areas are emptying, on the West Coast, and the shelves are going to be bare, and it's all doom and gloom. And it's a barrage of that. And now it's on social media. As far as Stephen Miller, by the way, he's a Duke, because, I'm college minded right now because of David's college hunting, which today is the May 1st deadline.
Uh-oh.
But Miller went to Duke University, studied political science. He became a conservative after reading Guns, Crime, and Freedom by the NRA CEO. Can you believe
That's a
Wayne
moment he points
LaPierre,
to.
right?
That's great.
You read the book Guns, Crime, and Freedom. You think that was like the class reading? Like, can you imagine? Class, you're assigned this book. Can you imagine? Not that he was, because he was in a California high school.
I mean, yeah, but the other side does it all the time. I had to subscribe to Salon on Twitter, and if I proved that I followed Salon, I was given extra credit in one of my classes. My public speaking class, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
lot of people point to the fact that Miller, when he was at Duke University, he wrote Miller Time. He had his own column in the school's newspaper.
Oh, that's
Miller
Time. It's a corny name. Yeah, no, that's bad.
You gotta love it. Miller Time.
No,
Come
it's
on.
bad. It's corny.
And for a college kid though, right? Guy, beer, right?
Yeah.
Miller Time. But he, according to his former classmates, that one of his columns was his coverage of Duke's lacrosse scandal. Remember the woman who was hired as a striptease dancer at a party?
Yeah.
She claimed that the guys on the lacrosse team had raped her. And Miller had defended the 3 accused players in his article. And think about this. He was a college kid. I mean, this takes a lot of, I think a lot of confidence among other Quixones, among other things.
Seems to exude a lot of confidence.
Right?
Yes.
College kid, what did he write in his column? The racial left claimed the lacrosse players got preferential treatment because they were white. In reality, their skin color appeared to earn them something very different, a witch hunt. I mean, so you think about, the fact that he was, that's the way he spoke back in college.
Wow.
So good for him. I mean, but he's a very smart guy.
I'm kicking myself a little bit, Don.
What?
I just came across this clip, and I wish I had it because I was prepping in the morning. But we had Maria earlier today.
I was incredibly honored to have dinner with President Trump and his key communications director, Stephen Chung, at the White House last night.
What a woman, all over the place.
Yeah, had dinner with Trump. You know what? I purposely didn't ask her. Maybe I should have, but I saw on social media.
Did you?
That she was, had dinner. I don't know. Maybe I just was focused. I was all uber focused on the White House. Or excuse me, on the economy.
It was a fantastic. Listeners, please go back and listen to that. It was a fantastic interview you had with Maria.
Thank you. Thanks for booking her. She was fantastic. Love her.
So when are you getting your invite to a dinner with Trump?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Come on, Trump. What are you doing? You gave this woman a platter.
What can I bring on the platter?
Yes.
I'll bring some cupcakes or something.
Yeah. Dessert? That's really what you're going to bring?
Cupcakes?
Yeah.
I would bring, tiramisu.
Okay.
How about tiramisu?
That's going in the right direction.
Tiramisu is my all-time favorite dessert.
Bring them cheesesteaks.
Yeah, you'd have to bring something from Philadelphia, obviously, right?
Just fill a platter with cheesesteaks.
What's your favorite dessert?
Chocolate lava cake. Yeah.
We used to love when our kids were little, because, again, you're also judged by the restaurants you go to. Notice that Zioli and Greg Stocker, they used to tease me about going to Applebee's, which I've not been to an Applebee's in a while. When your kids are a certain age, you go to places like Applebee's. They have the best.
What do you mean when your kids are? You go to Applebee's all the time. It doesn't matter how old your kids are. Applebee's is fantastic.
No, not anymore.
Oh, it's great.
It's like a.
No, you know what? Their 2 for $20 menu has turned into like 2 for $28, and they took off almost everything. It's terrible.
But they have the best chocolate lava dessert.
You can tell I'm classy.
I know, right?
When I immediately respond, mine is chocolate lava cake.
Date night.
Yeah, from Chili's. I love it. It's great.
Chili's. What's your favorite dessert? 855-839-1210. National Day of
Sue
Prayer.
says coffee ice cream.
Ooh.
Yeah.
When we were in Italy, the tiramisu, and then they have the gelati, so they have the frozen tiramisu. Oh.
Question for you.
What?
Cheesecake, is that common in Italy, or is that like a New York thing?
No, I didn't see a lot of cheesecake.
Because I love cheese. I can go, especially a ricotta cheesecake. Oh, yeah. See, I'm classing myself up a little bit.
Yum.
Yeah.
I know. You can tell when it's closer to lunchtime. I never eat. Like, we never eat. We're up at, I'm not up at 3.
Eat?
Like,
do you eat before
when I
the
get
Kale
home?
Show? Okay.
No.
You don't eat anything? Like,
no, nothing.
Because you don't eat during the breaks or anything?
Nope. I don't eat.
Is that healthy?
Until I get home. Well, isn't it like, I thought everybody said you're supposed to do like the fasting or whatever? So it's basically like a fast.
Look, I'm going to throw this out there.
What?
I'm your producer, and most of the time on my way in, I'm stopping at Dunkin' on my way in. Do you want me to start grabbing you a sandwich? Or?
No.
No?
Nope.
You don't want to look like me with a nice belly?
No, you look great.
Yeah, sure.
You're tall. I wish I could. That's the answer. If we could all just grow.
Yeah.
Grow an inch.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's because your BMI is your height and your weight.
Somehow I'm the same weight as Donald Trump.
Amazing. What are you saying?
Well, I don't know if his number's very accurate.
He has lost weight, though.
Yeah, but 220? No. Come on.
Could be. You never know.
More like 240. Yeah. We got a break, Dawn.
855-839-1210. Be right back.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
National Day of Prayer, as President Donald J. Trump holds that National Day of Prayer event at the White House today. That began at 11 a.m. The prayer for the nation at the White House.
I have Faith Director Jenny Korn with a message for Americans. You want that done?
Sure.
Welcome and good morning from the White House, and happy National Day of Prayer to all my fellow Americans. Back in 1988, the President and the Congress put into law that this day, the first Thursday, should be named the National Day of Prayer. And what better thing to bring people together? We know that when Americans come together, when leaders come together to pray together, then we can do everything else together. And so what you'll see today is about 200 faith leaders from across the country, from multi-faiths. This is an interfaith wonderful event with prayers from the Christian, Catholic, Jewish, Muslim backgrounds to come together. President Trump will be giving remarks, and we'll also be talking about the White House Faith Office, which is newly created and historic, and also the Religious Liberty Commission. Welcome and good morning.
Welcome and good morning. So a big day as President Trump, or President, as Pam Bondi says, President Trump expected to speak on the National Day of Prayer. And I believe that she came out, she said that, but this was supposed to get underway at 11 o'clock. And I'm looking at the podium and the core feed that they give, and I don't see that he's out there yet. So I don't know, what the delay is, but it's a multi-faith endeavor. And obviously, President Trump has certainly enjoyed major support from conservative evangelicals and many different faith-based groups. And I think that plays into when I talk about the fact that he really owned it here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Huge support and unprecedented support by let's say the Hispanic community. I think that plays into it because when you look at the other side and the Progressive Party, I'm not even going to say Democrats, the progressives do not seem to really embrace faith-based principles. And so I think basically they chased away any family or faith-based voters. I think that was a big piece of it, not to mention the economy. So we'll continue to watch that. Maybe you'll end up taking it in the Dom Show. And I don't know if they will. The big story that's breaking is what we talked about with Mike Waltz with the National Security Advisor. So I just wonder if maybe that's causing a little bit of a delay for his public comments.
That's a great point.
So,
wow, yeah.
Which is kind of a shame, that would impact it. But I imagine that's a piece of this. And also, I'll tell you this as well. There's another story, and this is significant because when you think about the word tariff and these tariffs and the trade talks, you think of it's critical with Canada, and they have the new prime minister who basically ran an anti-Trump campaign. So you think of Canada, Mexico, and then you do think of China, the EU. And so they have all these countries that that's happening in real time. It was going on yesterday. It's going on right now in D.C. with all those negotiations. But I know that Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, she had put out in a social media post, she just put this out, she had a very positive conversation with President Trump just this morning. And she said the secretaries of the Mexican Treasury, Finance, Economy, and Commerce ministries would continue working on, quote, options to improve our trade balance and advance outstanding issues for the benefit of both countries. That is fantastic news for sure. So we're watching all of that, and it looks like positive response on the stock market as well. I know we have to get to Dom Giordano, but I just wanted to update you on some of those issues. There's never a regular news cycle. It seems like every 35 minutes we have major breaking news. And part of the reason for that is because the Trump administration works at warp speed, and we're not used to it. And I really do believe that when the so-called mainstream media, they've gotten fat and lazy. And I mean that obviously not literally, but they've gotten really lazy. And they don't like the fact that they have to work harder to cover the president and then the trickle-down impact of all of these policy changes. I think that's why they're saying it's chaotic. It's not chaotic. The guy is just a workaholic, and everybody around him, they're all workaholics. So that's my take on that one.
You too.
Oh, thank you, dear. Yeah. Dom Giordano.
Another workaholic.
Hey, Dawn. Bill O'Reilly here. What a thing last night with Stephen A. Smith, O'Reilly. Carville, I'll get some insight from O'Reilly and President Trump. And then Henry lands a big one. We have the head of the local AFL-CIO, who is the host. I think he will introduce Bernie.
Bernie!
So,
will he lead him to the right side of the podium, Dom?
Yeah. Well, I have my, and there's something that the new Democrat senator from Michigan said that you don't see at the Bernie rallies. This is a Democrat, Slotkin. I'll say what that is, and I might go just to count them, and I bet it'll be under 0.
Nice. We can't wait. Dom Show starts right now.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Let's Kamala speak. If I had a few $1 million I wanted to burn, I would have her on a tour all across Pennsylvania. We want Kamala Harris out there. Did you see the elephants? By the way, I saw this on the show. Is it today? Is it today? Is it today or was it tomorrow, Dan? Do you know that Nick Cale has Kamala Harris on, or the Kamala Harris person? You know what I mean? The person that plays Kamala Harris. I hope it's tomorrow. I wanted to tease
it's tomorrow.
Out. It is tomorrow. I think 9:30. I know he has the Trump guy on, Sean, but Kamala Harris at 9:30 tomorrow on the Nick Cale show. Well, facsimile of that. And our own Jim Kelly is standing by. Jim, you're standing by because Henry has landed a big one. We have the AFL-CIO guy coming on at 12:45. You don't want to miss this. He's the host of Bernie Sanders on May Day. Bernie, what are you going to talk about today? Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I thought that doesn't matter. We'll move on. I'll come back to him. So, Kamala Harris speaks last night. We'll play you that. The meeting yesterday, Pam Bondi was particularly on point about the difference of having President Trump versus the idea of somehow or another having Kamala Harris in there. Now, Bill O'Reilly is going to be on, and O'Reilly will be with us to talk about last night's News Nation, which was entertaining extremely with Carvel, with O'Reilly. They put somebody between O'Reilly and Carvel. It was Stephen A. Smith. And Stephen A. Smith was great with Trump. And Trump was pretty funny, entertaining. We'll play you a little bit of that. That was good stuff last night. But with Bernie Sanders here today, Slotkin, the new, she's a progressive, but she's trying to hide it from Michigan, the new senator, said the one thing she wants to see at these rallies, be it Bernie, AOC, who's not coming, are American flags. So, I got a lot of balls in the air today. It's 4 o'clock over at City Hall, though, but I have a couple people, and I will be trying to eyeball for you how many American flags will be there today, unless, some of the organizers say, we can't have this. We can't just have all these flags of foreign countries. It's a big illegal pride festival with Bernie today. We got to try to put some American flags in there. It's not me saying it. It's Slotkin. The other thing I always look for at rallies of the left, you know what that is? Trash. How much trash will be left there? We'll have to have full YouTube coverage of that tomorrow. But Bernie's just popped in studio. He's a bit early here today. So, Bernie, what are you going to be talking about today?
I am going to be talking about a few things. I tell you, I had to run here very quickly. There's no parking anywhere in Center City, but just wait till 4 o'clock when I come on. Parking is going to be backed up for miles away. I am going to be talking about how great Philadelphia is. I am going to have my good friend Larry Krasner. He's going to join me. And you know what, Dom? To be honest with you, as you know, I honeymooned in Russia. I would rather honeymoon in Russia than in Philadelphia. It's just totally unsafe here.
Well, thank you. It was the Soviet Union then, too, even worse.
It was the Soviet Union.
It was the Soviet Union.
Now, I own 4 houses, as you know. And I always complain about how people are just spending too much money, or I always had to go after the rich, and I say this from the balcony of one of my 4 houses, but I do love the Dom Giordano show. Get the name right, D-O-M, and I will see you. Are you coming to City Hall at 4 o'clock
yes, I'm
today?
going to be right there, Bernie. I'm sure Rich Zioli will have that tuned in, too.
Are you going to be coming to City Hall right now with your little recorder? Remember,
yes.
I remember seeing you at the Sarah Palin rally one time, and all I could see is a big microphone that said 1210 WPHT on the front of it. Oh, my God, what is that? Is that a rat? Is that a rat out there?
All right, Bernie, I'll let you go get those rats. Thank you, Bernie, for stopping in. All right, so, Bernie Sanders in town, and Henry's landed the guy that I really want to talk with. And if you understand at least my vision of how this works, we want to hear, why would you bring Bernie Sanders here on May 1st, AFL-CIO? It's not the SEIU. I mean, they're just socialist at best, communist at worst. I wonder if the building trades guys will be out there clapping for Bernie today, forced to do it. Will they be yelling USA, USA with him as he runs it down? How about people that are Jewish? Will they be there? Well, Bernie's Jewish. What do you mean? As he runs down Israel, as he attacks arming Israel? All right, we'll get to all that in the jam-packed first hour here. Here is, though, a guy who, this is 25, Henry. Let's go to Stephen Miller first. I've had Stephen Miller on several times. He's the president's most articulate guy out of anybody out there. It's Stephen Miller. Here's what he said this morning. Okay. Here's what he said this morning about President Trump and what this election has made possible here. All right, should we go to the other cuts then? That's okay. Let's go to Pam Bondi first. Here's Pam Bondi yesterday at the cabinet meeting, and the sheer enormity of fentanyl and the difference it makes turning DEA loose on this versus what was happening during Biden Cut 7.
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever. Ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple: make America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions, and now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed, and we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, you, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead, and no longer because of you, what you've done.
So that is quite a number there. Now, the number of the people saved, the media going nuts. Oh, my God. That means if fentanyl comes in contact with you, police will tell you this and all, not even ingest it, you could die. And just small amounts of it out there could kill a lot of people. That's what Bondi's talking about here. All right, a little YouTube alert, though. The number of cackles, I stopped counting at around 50 with former Vice President Harris. She gets that to the end. I'm consistent with that. Here is Vice President Harris returning to San Francisco yesterday. And in the middle of all this, she starts talking about the elephants at the zoo in San Diego during the earthquake.
In fact, please allow me, friends, to digress for a moment. Okay. It's kind of dark in here, but I'm asking for a show of hands. Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago, the one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake? Google it if you've not seen it. So that scene has been on my mind. Everybody's asking me what you've been thinking about these days. Well,
the laugh is just riveting. I mean, I might want to change the side question to do all-time laughs again, good or bad, because we like to have some of them cataloged, I think, to do that. But it is one of the worst. You forget how close it looked on paper early on she was to becoming president. All right, now here's Stephen Miller articulating yesterday, or was it this morning, the domestic policy guy, the guy that I saw in Washington. It was a thin, bald guy who looked impressive in a suit. That was Stephen Miller.
No other thin, bald guys in Washington.
Right there in front of the White House. And it looked like the type of suit he would wear, that he usually wears. I could tell his ties. Dan, I don't want you going over there trying to interview a guy so he can pretend to be Stephen Miller. It's a better story. Here's Miller talking about the effect of President Trump on schools.
Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. So as we close the Department of Education and we provide funding to states, we are going to make sure that these funds are not being used to promote communist ideology. For any nation to be successful, it cannot teach its children to hate themselves and to hate their country. So these are a few of the areas in which President Trump has fought the cancerous, communist, woke culture that was destroying this country, where we were led to believe that men were women, that women were men, that racial discrimination was good, that merit was bad, and that safety and physical security mattered less than the feelings of liberal ideologues. The children will be...
All right, so there's Stephen Miller talking about that effect. There is a breaking story with Harvard. They're in trouble with their own student newspaper because they did comply and give information to Department of Homeland Security about international students and issues. All right, Bill O'Reilly is next up News Nation last night was very entertaining. We'll break that down with him, ask him a couple of other things, take your calls, give you the side question on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Politics and Pints. It'll be at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30. But wait, there's more. How about the pregame coverage?
Pregame.
Woo! Starting at 3 o'clock, Great American Pub, Rich Zioli broadcasting live in Phoenixville.
We're going to have a well-lubricated audience, if you know what I mean. I would get your tickets now because this might be
so much fun.
This might be a rowdy event. Come on, show up and represent. We give you tons of entertainment. Make sure you're there, 1210 WPHT.
He doesn't walk that way enough.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Come out and enjoy the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Saturday, May 3rd, the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association presents live racing. First post is 12:40 p.m. Free admission, free family fun, and free parking at Parks Racing. Live music in the Picnic Grove by Ear Candy. Souvenir merchandise, food, and drink specials, all while you and the family enjoy the 151st Kentucky Derby. Saturday, May 3rd at Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Gates open at 10 a.m. Don't miss it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
All right, let's get right to the guy. How interesting, entertaining last night. Hope you saw News Nation with Bill O'Reilly, James Carville, Cuomo, and Stephen A. Smith and President Trump. Let's go to Bill O'Reilly on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, were you happy last night? It delivered. 2 hours is a long time, though.
Yeah, it was, I think, pretty interesting television. Everybody picked it up all over the world, so that's how you really know whether what you were doing was successful or not. On the ABC interview Tuesday night, nobody picked it up. It was, a fiasco. But we got 25 minutes with the president, and not easy to do. He's a busy guy. I thought he answered the questions. He wandered a little, but you know me. I kind of guided him back. And
Good luck. Yeah.
so, yeah, I mean, you know what he's going to do, but you got to be a little firm. But he knows me for a long time. He knows that I'm not going to let that go on. And then the analysis after the president left the building was spirited. I think that's the right word, right?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Well, I thought that Stephen A. Smith looked pretty good. And somebody asked Trump, I don't know if it was you or Trump brought it up, President Trump, he'd like to say Stephen A. Smith as a candidate. Yeah, what would be wrong with that?
Yeah, I mean, I asked him, I was giving Smith jazz. I said, hey, he's going to run for president. What do you think? And then, of course, Trump went into his politician mode and said, oh, yeah, sure, but it was a light moment, and it was needed after the hellacious tariff discussions.
Now, Bill, it was an attempt, too, at least you said to me the other day, and I think you said in various places, a more personal Trump. And even though he's transparent on the policies at all, have you ever talked with him, I'm talking about an interview, where he got personal on anything?
Yeah, I mean, he'll tell you in a roundabout way what he's feeling. But you have to almost read through the Trump code. Let me give you an example. So I asked him, look, when these horrendous polls come in, do you feel bad? Do you, how do you process it? And right away he goes into defensive mode. Well, they're fake.
Mm-hmm.
But if it didn't bother him, he wouldn't lash so much. So it does bother him. That's what you have to read into a Trump interview. He's never going to say, oh, yeah, I couldn't sleep that night. He's never going to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But he reveals himself in the way he frames it. So let me give you another example, and this is a very important example. Trump knows that if the tariffs don't work by, I would say, the end of this year, maybe even sooner, that the damage to his presidency is going to be irreversible. He's putting up a big bravado that it's going to work, and we got $80 trillion coming, or whatever he's saying, But he knows that this is a dice roll. And he said that in the sense that he goes, I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to do this. Nobody else did it. Nobody else would do it. That was the code of, this could go south.
Here's the thing, Bill, you know this better than I. I have theories, but you're right up close. Why in the world do it all at once, though? In other words, it's a right idea, people that are on board. I had Kudlow on yesterday, who's a big Trump fan, but even he said, well, if I were there with him at that point, I would have said, do some small things here, start with the friendly nations, get some equity out of them, move on to the EU. They're more hostile on certain things, and then go after China. Why abruptly and all out on this?
Well, I explained that on Friday night, News Nation, 8 p.m. They run a special of me analyzing Donald Trump's first 100 days. Leland Vittert is the correspondent who is asking me. And I don't want to give away too much because it's a very entertaining hour. You think a town hall is entertaining, this will give you an unbelievable window into how Donald Trump thinks. But he's been very successful over the years using shock and awe. And the technique is to throw in so many grenades to create so much smoke with the people that you have to negotiate with that they just want it to stop.
Right.
And they're going to give you what you want to stop the chaos. And it's worked for him a lot. So that was the calculation. Like slow and steady, okay, but I'd rather shock everybody, get what I want. And he did it successfully on the southern border. It absolutely worked. And he thought he could pull it off on the trade front, but it's been harder, obviously.
Yeah, that's I think it's a different thing. The border, the biggest accomplishment, has to be proud of that. RFK Jr. too, and you seem to have a pretty good relationship with him. How did he come across last night? What is it, the legacy that would be effective for him? I think just staying in the food lane. I've interviewed a lot of people around that really helped Trump, Bill. When he does that, it is incredibly effective.
Well, I did not think that was a good nomination, RFK Jr.
Okay.
And I said it very clearly that I never would have put him in that position because he gets distracted by conspiracy nonsense, and he says things that he doesn't think out, a lot like his boss. But last night on News Nation, I complimented him because they tried to set him up in a trap by saying, well, how can you be an effective Secretary of Health and Human Services when you're laying off so many people? That's a trap question.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, because there's so much redundancy in the department, so much waste, so much people doing the same thing, nobody knows what anybody's doing, that I reorganized. It's not going to have any effect. In fact, it'll be better. That was an excellent answer, and I said it was.
And it was detailed. He talked about how many communications departments and how many of this department.
He had command of the facts.
Yeah.
And the fact that he is trying to lessen a growing health problem in the country on a number of fronts, diabetes, the biggest one, and autism is of great concern, is a noble goal. And he seems to be very, very adamant that he's going to fix it. So he came off very well last night, I thought.
Bill, I have the AFL-CIO coming on, and I wanted your appraisal. Some unions here in Philadelphia, building trades, I think, are sort of moderate Democrats or apolitical. SEIU, radical, socialist, even Marxist. But the AFL-CIO, we have their director, Bernie Sanders, is in town today for one of those big rallies. It's a big deal. What's your assessments of the labor unions? Because I'm going to ask the guy. President Trump did extremely well. I think, really, if we could actually see the vote, I think these guys are voting for Trump overwhelmingly almost in a lot of these unions.
Certainly that happened in Michigan. And to this day, the United Auto Workers Union supports Trump because they know that they're going to make more money, a lot more money, if American cars are allowed into giant markets like Japan and India. Forget about China. Chinese never buy American cars, so that's just not even realistic. But I don't know too much about the inner workings of the AFL-CIO. Are they going? Are they sponsoring the Bernie Sanders rally? Are they involved with that?
They're the sponsors. They're the ones bringing him to Philadelphia.
Okay, well, so they're communists then. They're communists.
I could say
No, don't laugh. Bernie Sanders is a communist. That's what he is. He would absolutely seize private property to fund his, vision of giving Americans health care, paying for everything, cradle-to-grave entitlements. He would absolutely seize private property in order to do that.
I will.
And I don't know whether the ACLU management is smart enough to understand it, but if you investigate Bernie Sanders from the get-go, you will see that he is ultra-sympathetic to communism. And why does the American Union want to be tied in with that? That would be my opening question.
That is my question. But I got the backing of saying, well, Bill O'Reilly was here too. So I'll do that. Bill,
good.
Yeah. What's next on the horizon for you? Friday night, you said 8 o'clock with Leland Vitter, who's a very good correspondent. What else are you up to?
Well, I've got to update Confronting the Presidents with new chapters on Trump and Biden because the paperback will be out later this year. We wrapped Confronting Evil, and we'll have galleys. You should be able to see it in June. So we're, just putting a bow on that. And I'd like to take a little time off because I'm working like a Sherpa, and I'm going, wait. In my age bracket, I'm the only one do it. Trump's the guy who works harder than I do. and he's 3 years older than me. But, you know, I'd like this summer I want to take a little time off.
All right.
And the final thing is I'm on the schedule to go to China.
Oh, that's right. You made it?
Yeah, they invited me to do an event with the Chinese government at the Beijing Club.
And when
to discuss my book, The United States of Trump, which apparently is the hot book among the communists in China because they want to know all about Trump.
Here's a tip. When you're in Asia, don't make a detour to Malaysia, though. That might be problematic.
We're trying to get the ambassador Malaysia to do a riot. So we're trying to get one of our government officials, after they've, you know, pillared me, called me a colonialist, for saying, hey, you know, I'm sorry, Malaysia, but you're not going to replace the American marketplace with the Chinese goods. Yeah, none of your people have any money. The average take home is $5,000 in Malaysia. Okay, so they're not going to be buying a lot of hats that say I'm with stupid. They're not going to be doing that.
So, Bill,
they got mad at me for pointing that out.
We know. When's the China thing?
At the end of May.
Ah, okay. We got to get you on. This has to be a special. This has to be worldwide.
Yeah, if it comes off, and I don't know if it'll come off, because if things get worse, then I've got to follow the State Department's guides. They've already told me I can't take a laptop, I can't take my cell phone, my room is going to be bugged. We all know that in a totalitarian state, that's what happens. But if I can pull this off, that'll be a fascinating experience.
Without a doubt. Bill, have a great weekend. Get some rest. We'll see you Friday night on News Nation at 8 p.m.
Thanks, Dom. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. All right, Bill O'Reilly in China, Henry. That should be pretty good. All right, so in O'Reilly's estimation, Bernie seizes private property. I don't think the AFL-CIO thinks that. And look, we bring the guy on. I want to give him a full chance to enunciate whatever he wants to enunciate. That's the way it works. It's not he says one syllable and you jump down his throat. I'm going to hear, why would you bring Bernie Sanders here on May Day? The SEIU would. The building trades would not, I don't think. But I think that the AFL-CIO is surprising to me. He's marquee, if you will, in a sense, on the Democrat side. Maybe they thought AOC was coming too. All right, 855-839-1210. I find her to be kind of interesting. All right, I think she could be the nominee too. We'll get into that some other point. All right, let me give you the side question. Henry's assistance. Today is May Day. Bernie coming here on May Day. I associate that with Putin and the parades through Kremlin Circle there. But also, it's associated with a meme with Justin Timberlake because of a song. And there you go.
It's gonna be May.
All right, that sounds like it's going to be May. No?
No, it does. But you know what? He's saying it's going to be me from the NSYNC song, It's Gonna Be Me.
Okay. So today's proposition is what? As broad as we can. What are we looking for?
Mispronounced words or phrases. So let me give you a few to get the ball rolling here. A phrase that people say wrong all the time is, say you're talking with somebody and they've had enough of what you're saying. They go, you know what? I could care less. And it's like, well, if you could care less, you would. No, it's I couldn't care less.
That's an all-timer. But it could be they're mistaking a word in a song.
Yes.
It's unclear. They want it to be something else.
It could be something like that.
It could be
something as, going to a coffee shop and be like, excuse me, sir, can I have an espresso? It's like, no, you can't have an espresso. You can have an espresso.
Oh, my God. That would go. Oh, my God. Oh, I thought Dan was the master of pet peeves. I wish you could see Henry's face on these mispronunciations, misunderstandings. Well, nothing's worthy of Dan when he's driving in the pet peeves thing. Oh my God. I haven't gotten his take yet. Philadelphia is going to have more roundabouts.
Really?
The circles. 29 of them, I think, or something in the near future.
Would become in Europe now?
I don't understand why you would do. Oh, it's safer and everything. My advice on the roundabout is never stop moving. Don't care about right away. Just keep moving, but drive slowly. And that's how you deal with it. You can't drive fast, and you can't stop and be looking all around.
Yeah.
Keep going, but slow. And
right.
It's easy.
It is. No, it totally is.
Yeah. I think we still have a couple circles in Jersey. but roundabouts in Philadelphia. All right, you got any others?
Yeah, I got a personal one, too, because I want to
Right.
expand it to more personal things, like if someone in your family or a friend
Right.
said something wrong, you never let them hear the end of it.
Yes.
One in particular with my brother, all growing up, when fall baseball would come around, you get to the championship rounds, he didn't call it the World Series. No, until he was about like 11 or so, he called it the World Serious. And we'd
Okay.
always be like,
Yeah,
why,
yeah.
why so serious,
God.
man? And he'd be like, what do you mean? He didn't even hear himself saying it. So, yeah,
Okay.
the World Serious.
Oh, man, this is a show. This is a side question for the pet peeves on these. Some of them could be completely irrational like that, or I thought that sounds like May to me.
Totally.
Yeah,
Totally. And that's
definitely,
why
yeah.
people make the meme every May
They
1st. Like,
make
guess
it
what's
with
coming.
Timberlake. I
Yeah.
think of Bernie, and I think of the Russians putting missiles coming down Broad Street. All right, so hit us with that. Get in early. Take the good ones. You do that at 855-839-1210. The head of the AFL-CIO in Philadelphia, the host of Bernie Sanders. We just don't talk about it. He's coming on to talk about that and what he wants to hear from Sanders. Why Sanders with a union like this? I mean, it's a marquee. It is May Day. And there's a lot of illegal immigration apparently mixed into this as far as that's who it's for today. If you're a union member, do you go along with this stuff? And if you're Jewish, post-October 7th, and care about Israel and what's going on there, Bernie Sanders in Philadelphia wants to defund, essentially, defense for Israel. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that I need you to do is just push pound 1210, and you're on board here with Dom and Henry and Dan when he comes from the parking nightmares of downtown Philadelphia. That's all coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow, that's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
RetireReady.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom time. A little programming note. The AFL-CIO president has been delayed a bit. We hope to get him on a little bit later in the show. They're the people welcoming Bernie Sanders to town today. You know, and I ask this question all the time, and I ask you if you're on that side, wanting to go after the rich, you know, what's the metric? In other words, the Kennedys, you'll hear them on that side. How much money are you allowed to have, I think, is an interesting question before you lose your ability to shut up and start lecturing about inequality and all that stuff. Where does it end? Sanders has 3 houses. I've been looking at them, getting ready for this, and their value is somewhere closer to $3 million than $2 million. One is only like a quarter a mile from the Capitol at $700,000 in Washington. When do you lose the ability? Does anybody ever ask that of people that are pitching this? Well, they're only millionaires, they're not billion. I just want to know, what is the metric? Maybe you can answer that for me. What's the metric that you're okay, you can lecture about this and about greed and about everything else? Now, are there excessive people? Are there excessive things? Should we look at everything? Yes. Well, we go through this all the time, and particularly when the so-called elites are more on the Democrat side as far as wealth or position or whatever. Classic case, and I wish I had saved the tape. Maybe it's somewhere in my files. When Shaka Batta was a congressman, right? Powerful congressman. Remember the trouble he got into and had to go to jail? The money. But he was appropriations. He had a lot of juice here in Philadelphia. His wife, Renee, at the time, was a big-time news anchor. I bet making $500,000 or more a year in town. So he's on with me, and I give him credit. He used to come on, and we're talking about the University of Michigan Law School and affirmative action. And he actually said, we started talking about kids. Now, his kid had a lot of trouble, too, ultimately, the money thing. He was arguing that DJ and Luke, the AFL-CIO president, Danny Bowder, will be here
at 2.
At 2. That's perfect. Okay. He was arguing, Shaka was, that he and Renee had a tougher time making it their kids in position than DJ and Luke would. Wait a minute. I was just a bloviating talk show host then. I was on rather late then. Roe was a pre-K teacher. And yet those two, he was arguing, didn't have as much insight, as much clout, schools, and everything else. Oh, really? In fact, that's how his son was a good, nice guy. I've had him on several times, remember, before he went away, was able to get access to all that money because they had access. This is the mentality here. Democrats are allowed to scream. They're allowed to take private jets because they're doing it for the cause. Al Gore, any number of them. Ladies on The View. By the way, the ladies on The View have announced They will be having Joe and Dr. Jill Biden Thursday. Next Thursday is the first post-presidency. Now, you know, if I had the opportunity, but I try to be as calm as I could with Dr. Jill Biden. Joe Biden has always been a gas bag and not that bright and just somehow or another lucked out to be. I don't say that about every Democrat. But how did his wife allow this to go on? She did it because she wanted to be first lady. She liked being first lady, and that's what they were going to do. Will the View even come anywhere near that? My God. This might be, no, I would say that Whoopi Goldberg is smarter than Joe Biden. Joy Behar, not as smart as Joe Biden. Sunny Hostin on paper, but she's so into thinking she's a genius. She's not either. The newsreader, Sarah Hines, not as smart as Joe Biden. So it's going to be quite a battle of wits. What would you ask Joe and Dr. Jill Biden? She's more the culprit. I mean, not only didn't she jump into the ring, she pushed other people out of the ring so they can continue forward. So I'm sure they'll just dwell on Trump and the whole thing and all. I don't think they probably have an agreement. They're not going to ask about the cognitive issues.
What's the over-under on how many questions they ask Joe and then Jill swoops in and answers it for him?
By the way, on that front, Bill Belichick has come out swinging for the girlfriend to say that CBS set them up. They didn't set anything up. We saw her jump into the ring. And some guy who played for him, this dope, former football player, I forget which guy, it wasn't Teddy Bruschi, I'm not sure which guy, says that North Carolina ought to remove Bill Belichick because of all this from being head coach. What? I mean, it's stunning to me, just stunning to see it continue to play out. I'm on Inside Story tomorrow. We'll be taped tomorrow for Channel 6, and there is some things on there on the Eagles and what happened at the White House. So 11:30 on Sunday, I'm ready.
Ooh.
I've studied this more than almost anything I can. All right, Dan is back, and he doesn't look to be that peeved, which is shocking. Oh, he is. He's decompressing from running a block, it looks like to me.
I'm about to unload.
Yeah, did you find a parking spot?
If my true thoughts go over air right now, Dom, I will.
Oh, no, but did you find one or no?
No.
Still okay.
Just leave me off right now.
Okay, all right.
Like the fact that we don't have parking here at this giant corporation is absolutely ludicrous.
Okay. But the idea that Dan is a master of the peeve, I think Henry on the verbal peeve might be able to match this.
I'm a stickler.
Yeah, well, let's go to Joe in Columbus to start off now. I don't know that this will be a winner for me. I think it's what Joe has is right, but it's kind of a local color, I would say.
That's what I he had two, and I told him to go with this one because it's a regional kind of dialect.
Yeah, Joe, what do you have today?
Well, I thought this was more directed in my neighborhood, but Henry corrected me. He says it extends to your outside.
Oh, yeah.
Central Jersey area. But it's Acme instead of Acme.
Yeah, the Acme. Yeah, it's
my
just,
mother would even say that, just like Henry's parents. You know, I got to go to the Acme today.
I think it's because it's easy. Most of these, Joe, my theory is they're easier to say. Like the classic, Dom, you have to open your mouth. Don, you can not even move your lips.
Yeah, but Dom, when is 3 syllables easier than 2 syllables?
It's more of the mouth manipulation. I hear what you're saying, but I mean, you don't have to put anything into it to say it. With Acme, you have to pull in a little bit to stop yourself. That's one that's a regionalism, though. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so we're looking for something, though. Think of the Timberlake example we gave. We're looking along those lines. All right, we'll talk at 2 o'clock now with the head of the AFL-CIO as they get ready. And downtown Philadelphia is unbelievable. As far as Philadelphia, I'm told by 2 cop sources, are shutting down their offices well before 4 o'clock. Oh, what the heck? They can do less damage that way. Shut them all down. And I think they're thinking everybody has to go to the Bernie rally. Illegal immigrant groups are massing around this. I don't know if ICE will be or not, but we got the guy who invited Bernie here on the oligarchy tour. It should be the news of the day. That's what we try to do every day. He'll be here at 2 o'clock, Dom's Money Melody. 1:30, we're going to get you an update from the head Republican in Harrisburg on the issue of the real ID. My message is, please tell everybody, don't get it now. You don't have to get it unless it's imminent. Let's make the lines go away a little bit for people that really have to do it. Don't go there. Don't clog them up. Just get a passport if you have to, and you're going to be fine. Give up on it. And in New Jersey, they've taken that advice. Only 17% of people in New Jersey have the real ID at this point. 855-839-1210. That'll get you on board.
Natural disasters, politics, love, relationships, ambitions, and struggles. Add in social media, and we get a concoction that affects our mental health. But what can you do about it? Explore what experts say about mental health and get tips to improve yours on the next Odyssey Conversation, The State of Mental Health. Sunday afternoon at 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Henry will signal me when you can go to YouTube on this, but is there any reason President Trump is winning? This guy, this new congressman, Sharif Thandiar, you may have seen this weird-looking guy. He's the guy bringing impeachment charges against Trump. We'll have up on YouTube, and it's really gone viral, a look at dogs being rescued from an abandoned New Jersey testing lab owned by this guy. These were dogs, some of whom were never allowed out, testing on animals again. And this is the guy stepping up that Democrats are rallying around to bring impeachment charges against President Trump. My point being, again, this is a 99.999 to nothing run. Trump is killing them on what? 80-20 issues, 90-10 issues constantly, and he won't give it up. The video is just the joy of these people rescuing these animals. This guy, I would go after every single day in the House. I would have nothing to do with him. Not because of his ideology and that he's going to make his mark by impeaching Trump, which will help Trump. Who in the world abandons dogs in this New Jersey testing lab that he owns? All right? As soon as we have that, I'll tell you on YouTube. You can take a look, the joy in the face of people rescuing these dogs, seeing these dogs. And we all know, you can do a lot of things in America, as progressives do. You better not fool around with dogs. You just better not. So we'll see as this continues with the impeachment. And more on Hank Johnson, who's entertaining, seems to believe that Hispanics only spend their time at Home Depots. We'll play you his latest stylings. The guy who thought Guam would drop into the Pacific Ocean if we put more military there. He's got a new one. Wow. All right, let's go to Lori and Ringo. So always good to hear from Lori. Hey, Lori, welcome in.
Hi, Dom. Thanks. You were asking for questions for the Bidens.
Yeah.
So on The View, my question would be to Jill Biden, and it would be a medical question. And I would say, Dr. Jill, what would you do if confronted with someone who had lost consciousness, was still breathing, but had a fluttering pulse? Just to stick it in her face that she is not a doctor. And my daughter, who called your show, she recited 50 digits of pi by memory when she was in elementary school on your show.
Yes.
Is now a first-year medical student. I will call her a doctor. I'll call her a doctor in 3 years.
Lori,
anybody who's a PhD and who defended her thesis at a community college, it was some thesis about community college, and she wrote one paper and you become a PhD. I don't respect her.
No, not at all. And she has an unpleasing accent. Maybe she can't help that. Not only that, though. Do they, even the ladies on The View, don't they have to throw a softball spin on the cognitive thing? Maybe they're going to have him do an IQ test there or something. I mean, come on. You can't
I don't know.
it.
I think she bothers me now more than him because I don't leave him off the hook. He's a crook. He's part of the Biden crime family. He was never anything but a crummy, crooked politician. But she still has her marbles, and she did more to hurt this country than a lot of people that were in Congress in the past 4 years.
She had the best view of it, and letting your husband go out there so you can ride the gravy train. Without a doubt, Laura, you got to be proud, too. Are you going to be a person, I'll have to admit, if I had a daughter or son in medical school, Hey, Luke, this itches over here. What do you think it is? I mean, I got to be doing that. Come on, right?
My brother's already doing that with her. She's like, Mom, I don't know what to tell him. I'm still learning my medical foundation, you know? He's calling up for advice.
Take 2 aspirin and listen to the Dom Giordano show. Lori,
Right.
do you have that pet peeve along the lines of Henry, who's taken over Dan's role as pet peevist here?
I don't know. I guess my pet. I'm not sure. It has something to do with toes. I have a hang up about toes and nail polish or not nail polish, and whether that's required when you go out in public now. It never used to be, but I think it is now.
Wait a
I
minute.
feel a lot of
Do women
pressure.
have to have nail polish on when they go out in public?
I think we do. I never wore nail polish on my toes, but like the past several years, I feel like obligated. You know, come this season now, I'm either wearing closed-toed shoes or I gotta polish, and I do it myself. I'm too cheap to go get a
Well, of course.
a teddy. But
I think you should do that. It's a great one, Lori. Thank you. Yeah, Lori, the daughter in medical school. Now, wow, when we started with Lori, she was in the lunchroom. They were in 3rd or 4th grade or something. All-time caller, really. All right, Henry now picture this guy, Chari Thandar. He's the new congressman on the block on the Democrat side. What does he want to do? His first actions? He wants to impeach Trump. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Here's the reaction that with the dogs who had gone through hell. Some of them had never been out. Can you imagine? We're testing on him. I'd love to ask this guy, tell us what you were testing. What was so vital at his abandoned facility? He's a congressman. Here's the footage of that.
Today we rescued 120 beagles from a lab in New Jersey that had gone out of business. And some friends of ours at an animal rights organization in New York City went and freed them and said, we need to do something with these animals.
It was just really amazing how things worked out. Just the other day, we're like, oh, wait a second. It's 4th of July. They're gaining freedom over Independence Day weekend.
Hi, puppy one. As they come off transport, we're hoping to deworm each dog. Oh, she clenches her mouth really tight, too, this one. Trim their nails and microchip each of them so they have permanent identification before going into their outdoor runs.
All right, so Congressman, maybe put down the articles of impeachment, you creep. Why beagles? Henry, do you know why?
I have no idea, no.
They're the most placid.
Oh,
so
really?
they torture the beagles. And Fauci, one of the biggest torturers of all, and he still believes in it, haven't we come far away that unless I know there's some things, I'd like to see the argument, you got to be absolutely certain. This is the only way we're going to protect human beings, to be testing on beagles for this. Not with Fauci. He's testing them all over the place. More needs to be said as this little creep moves forward with his impeachment charges. All right, big 1 o'clock hour. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Mike Waltz out as National Security Advisor. I don't like that, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to bypass it. That's coming up next on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Little clarification. Sometimes this happens with the side questions. So we're looking for these mishearings of people listening to a song or something that people pick up and they maybe use the wrong homonym or they just mispronounce something because everybody in the world says it that way.
Yeah, I'll take another layup off the board here just to clarify. Like, you're not taking things for granted. It's not a rock. It's not it's not the tabletop in your house. You're taking it for granted.
Right, yeah. Oh, man, Henry's rivaling Dan in the stickler.
I am spitting with this with some venom.
Well, no, I've seen a new side. Now, Dan, when it comes to the parking, driving.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, Dan, when you were out there on the traffic wars. By the way, the A&E did a series on Philadelphia on traffic.
Yeah, they need to bring it back.
Parking.
Yeah.
No, it was parking wars.
And just have them follow media zones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that make it for
but, Dan, did you know we're having more roundabouts in Philadelphia?
Yeah, that's great. They started doing that in Fishtown. It worked out real well. Yeah.
And these idiots, to bother us with this, think, oh, that's more safe. It's like, no offense, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. We already did it with Gravy yesterday. But the back end. I hate the back.
There's no way Pennsylvania drivers will ever be able to grasp circles.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, let's call it.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania drivers are terrible.
Well, let's call it.
New Jersey drivers are so much better.
Side of the road.
Yeah, let's call it circles. You're right. Not roundabouts.
Well, I mean, Jersey drivers grew up with circles. It's been their entire life. But you throw it in Fishtown, and it's a nightmare.
You know my advice, right? Do not stop for anything, but don't go fast. You just go.
Well, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, that's what you have to
do. Stop at the merge sign.
No, you don't do anything. Yeah. Right, exactly.
Can I take my my word off?
Yeah, your word, yes.
Well, first off, I don't know if anyone's taken off, but a lot of people call Alzheimer's Alzheimer's. Was that taken off?
No. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's
I
Alzheimer's.
always, when I come to it, I avoid it. I just don't say the word.
Or old timers, a lot of people say.
I'm flipping coins. Which one? Which one is it? Don't say this. Don't say that.
I got another one, too.
Yes.
The word that follows garlic or chipotle a lot of times, aioli.
Well, Ro, the bat signal. I'm going to give Ro a bat signal that will go off.
Give it a try,
Dan,
Don.
every
Give it a
time.
try.
That might be a little specific.
Aoya.
No, it's aioli.
Aoya. I'm going to Sicily, and I'm saying Aoya there, and I'm saying gravy, too. I'm going to get a riot in Sicily. Don't forget the big trip. Giuseppe was great yesterday. All right, so a couple things. One, Mike Waltz is out. And I'm not sure on the inside why. I know he had the problem with Goldberg and Atlantic and the signal thing, but I think Hegseth has done that kind of routinely. I hope it's not that Laura Lomer creature, the woman who sometimes gets the president's ear and says everybody is not loyal to him. Mike Waltz was he an Army Ranger? He wasn't a SEAL. I think he was an Army Ranger. When you're around him, you can feel the intensity that he brings to it. And yeah, there was a screw up there with Goldberg being on that signal call. But it saddens me that Mike Waltz is now out as national security, and they're claiming, again, there's chaos there and all. Well, they say that about Trump, too. I mean, what chaos with Mike Waltz? I think this is an internal power struggle. And until I see something else, I don't like it. And I think in this role, we shouldn't bypass it just because you're pro-Trump. Mike Waltz gave up being a congressman. I don't know if he's going to run for the Senate at some point to take this job. He's the guy you'd want in a foxhole with you, in my view. And I don't know why he's out. Again, does it go back to the whole thing with the Atlantic guy? Really? I didn't think we were going to knock somebody out over that, nor should we. But for some reason he is. We're waiting to see more clarification of what the reasons might be. I don't think he's disloyal to the president, though, that kind of nonsense. I think was a great choice. This is the type of patriotic American you want in there. So we will see how this plays out. All right, now, on a lighter note, but a more fraudulent note, here we go again with this Gottheimer guy. He's the guy running on the side of the Democrat side in Jersey. He's the guy that even the Inquirer says, they're the ones that falsified his Spotify account to say that 3 Bruce Springsteen's, or maybe 5 of Springsteen's songs, were his top 5 listened to over the last number of years. Remember that whole thing? I mean, who does something like this? Well, he was endorsed yesterday by Stevie Van Zandt, noted genius, who he's known for quite a while. And he likes what this guy would bring to government. I think he said something about affordability. He's a Democrat. What Democrat is bringing affordability to government? That's what he's running on, though. Jersey costs too much. Maybe if you're the Democrat nominee, that might not be a good thing to be running on. But as it looks now, I haven't asked Matt Rooney. On the Democrat side, it looks to be there's Mikey Sherrill, who is a former military person. Think Houlihan, though, in Chester County type. And is one of the people that not only voted against the Laken-Riley Act, but called it unconstitutional also. That's who will be their nominee. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Any one of them would be a disaster, of course. On the Republican side, all the polling looks like Jack Ciattarelli is going to win going away, and I think that's appropriate. This is still a big race. Democrats are still in this. Don't ask me how, but it is Jersey. All right, 855-839-1210 now. You get on board. You can jump in. And by the way, this Inquirer article mentioned Springsteen, and they talked about the fact that how many times did they say Christie it was 140 or some crazy number, had seen Springsteen. And they talk about the fact that when Christie was here in Philadelphia seeing him, He tweeted out 16 times how thrilled he was just in one show. All right, Governor Christie. Fatal flaw right there. Something I really like that happened yesterday, that Matt Drudge kiddingly said he's going to sue Trump for $1 trillion. The White House is now putting out its own Drudge report. Now, the Drudge report is not as prominent today as it once. You don't hear people saying, oh, I saw that on Drudge. It tells you how far social media has gone. But at one point in time, the Drudge report and Matt Drudge was revolutionary. Now, he's rabidly anti-Trump, one of the worst anti-Trump out there. But I remember I was doing morning drive at WWDB, and I come in and I see this blood red with Drudge way before his show about Monica Lewinsky. I don't think he said the name then, but he had it first. Others had it, and they dropped it. They wouldn't print it. Matt Drudge did. That's really what put him on the map. So the White House Drudge report, though, essentially has Trump-friendly and conservative trendy media and all the information they put out. We'll see if they develop Drudge has an eye for a story that he's going to put up there that you can't believe. Funny stuff, wild stuff, something political. It's a good idea, though. Their communications department is really moving things forward. It's one of the smoothest things that the Trump campaign has done and continues to do. If you have a comment on Waltz, though, should he have been kicked out? It appears to be over Singlegate. I don't know any other reason why. And I just, I don't see it. This guy is a real deal. This is as patriotic of an American as you possibly could want. And I'm not sure internally what Mike Waltz would do to lose the favor of the president, but it seems to be the case. All right, we're excited here in downtown Philadelphia, though, except for parking, that Bernie Sanders will be at City Hall. I think they're walking down Broad Street, causing other people who actually work for a living traffic nightmares and all, protesting. Really, it's anti-Trump. But a new allegation, too. New allegation on the Maryland man. Because I think today they're going to be lionizing this guy at this rally in downtown Philadelphia, the guy from El Salvador. Fox News reporting that his wife made a recording and still has it, in addition to the protective orders. And this is why I don't care about too much else. This is at the top of my list, and I wanted to know if it's at yours. Whatever else President Trump did, the big, beautiful deal, which if that happens, it's going to be revolutionary. That's almost secondary to me. I want this guy back here to end them complaining about it. And then I want him handcuffed, shackled, and put on another plane to another country that they've worked out. And I wonder if that's a high priority for you. Fox reporting, Bill Malusian, that the wife had a tape made in which she has him on tape telling her, I could kill you, and you know, and I know, nobody's going to do anything about it. With all kinds of allegations about why, because of his gang pressure, because he's here illegally and getting away with stuff. Imagine this guy. I can kill you, and you know, and I know, nobody's going to do anything about it. And we're going to allow this guy to stay here. This is a drive, because I think at some point he'll come back from El Salvador. And I hope they have it all ready instantly. No more trials, no more alleged due process. This guy can't stay on the same soil as Americans. I could kill you, and we both know nothing's going to happen to me. All righty, 855-839-1210. We'll take more of your calls coming up. I think Henry, you satisfied with clarification now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. Sometimes these side questions get to be exhausting. Some are so straight up. We're always looking for good side questions. It's a lot of fun with it. And particularly when it's something we've never done or thought of before, it is really interesting. By the way, we'll have the winner tomorrow, thanks to Jim Harvey over at on the boulevard, Gallows, that great seafood salad, roll-ups. I love their seafood, though. And the burger bar, that's the other restaurant attached. Whatever your choice is, Jim does great work there, right there on Braun and the boulevard. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Matt in Philadelphia ponied up a lot of money yesterday for the Travis Manion Foundation to golf.
It was an unbelievable day for solid athletes, well, just regular guys. I think we spent more tipping your bartenders than I did to buy the event.
There he is, Matt in Philly. By the way, such a touching moment, too. After Ryan Manion spoke and gave a speech, and then Tom Manion did as well, they played the national anthem as they do every year. Everybody just taking their hat off, looking up at Old Glory. Beautiful day. What a sight. Great stuff.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming up, Hank Johnson. Guam did not fall into the sea, but Hank Johnson, the congressman from Texas, who brought impeachment up many times himself, seems to think Hispanic folks only hang at Home Depot. I'll play you that in just a moment. William Shatner should be with us 2:15 this coming Monday. Obviously, one of my top 10. I think I've interviewed him 4 times. Just an unbelievable life and the things that he's been involved in, and talk radio guest. He's coming here for Fan Expo again. And he's got to be 92, 93 somewhere. He went into space recently, much better than Katy Perry and the others. So that's a treat. Monday at around 2:15, we'll be doing that. I told you, though, Democrats today, Mr. Garcia, hell-bent over that again. Fox News reporting that the wife filed, we know, 2 times, and they have a tape, or she has a tape, in which he bragged about killing her. I know it's maddening. They're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. Hakeem Jeffries, who originally was on board, has nixed sending Madeline Dean and these others to El Salvador. He thinks we're not going to do that. But Kamala Harris yesterday seems to think we should be doing that. Here's the former president, Henry, this vice president, talking about who she's inspired by. I don't know if there's any cackles in this. We already played the cackles with the elephants. Here's Kamala Harris.
Including congressional leaders like Cory Booker, Chris Van Hollen, Chris Murphy, Jasmine Crockett, Maxwell Cross, AOC, and Bernie Sanders.
The accent, the weirdness of it, it's just off-putting even more than it was before.
Yeah. She sounds completely different than that clip we played from earlier.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
She's talking to like a kindergarten class.
The Venn diagrams. When we used to play that one, and she had these really smart kids, and she's saying, "You'll have eyes for space." She's walking up to them like this. To think that she was even remotely close to the presidency, there's no way she comes back from this. All right, let's go to Bill in Montgo. Bill's next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Yeah. Hey, Dom, Dan, and Henry. Yeah, first of all, I'm sure you're going to do this anyway with the president of the AFL-CIO. Ask him if J.B. Pritzker is an oligarch. I would love to know the answer to that. But the reason I'm calling is about Mike Waltz. He's a fellow VMI graduate, Virginia Military Institute.
Okay.
And when all this broke with the Signal chat, he took responsibility but not accountability. He should have resigned right away when all the facts started coming to light. It was, first of all, it was an embarrassment having that reporter on the group chat, the Signal chat, but that was classified information. And, we were lambasting Hillary. There's a word for the side question about the email scandal, and they were divulging classified information. And Dom, there's no excuse for that.
Well, technically, I don't know. I agree the information was really sensitive. I still don't think he should have resigned, though, because he was relying on somebody who triggered that to get into that Signal chat. Now, I don't think they should be doing Signal. They better not be doing it now. I know it's convenient to them. That was a gripe I have. But we're going to lose a guy like this who gave up so much over that. I don't see it that way.
Yeah, I do. And I have the utmost respect for him. I mean, he's a true warrior. He's been there, done that. But it goes back to the same alma mater that we both went to. Teaching that sense of responsibility and accountability, and he should have stepped up. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right. And what's the mispronunciation or messed up word?
Well, maybe this is me. It's supposed to be no holds barred,
right,
as in like wrestling. And a lot of people just say no holds barred. And I have to admit, for like 4 years of my life, I was doing exactly that.
All right, it's a pretty good one. Yeah. That's a very good one. I like the granite is the best one you came up instead of granite so far.
Yeah, I feel like that's the layup, the easiest one to explain this question to everybody.
Yeah. By the way,
maybe I burst some bubbles too. Like, it's not granite? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The no holds barred triggered to me. I was riveted watching the Hulk this morning announcing, and we're going to try to get him on, this Real American Wrestling. It's not going to be WWE. Apparently, it's going to be real wrestling with some swagger. I don't think people are going to watch that.
That's going to work.
Yeah, but they had all the biggies.
No.
Well, wait. They have all the biggies, though. They got Hulk.
Yes.
They had that guy.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan's really going to be throwing down in a real wrestling match.
He's one of the, and Bischoff is the.
Eric Bischoff, the old NWO guy at WCW.
They're in charge.
TV producer turned into commissioner.
Yeah, they're the guys.
I love it.
They're the guys charged with marketing this, and that's
so they're talking like real, like collegiate style wrestling, but with swagger.
But they do all kinds of annex coming in and all. Is that enough?
Do they have any names attached to this, like wrestlers? Why? Do they have that one kid from college wrestling that has a ton of swagger? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Gable Stevenson?
Yeah.
I think so. And they have females that I've heard of. So
interesting.
There we go.
Huh.
Yeah, if we can get Hulk Hogan on, he can promote whatever he wants.
I'd be willing to hear that. Yeah, this pitch out. I'd be willing to hear that.
Yeah, he wasn't in full throat this morning, when he did his pitch. It was pretty bad.
So reading about this, though, it really comes from that there's some kind of strategy behind it, because what we saw was when Hendrickson beat, again, I forget his name, Gable Stevenson, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he went over to Trump. There was such a moment there. And the hype around the tournament here in Philadelphia this year was it's like it's been unseen. And a lot of it's due to the rising popularity of MMA, UFC. A lot of these guys leave college wrestling, go into a different path. If you can create a world where these collegiate wrestlers can continue on with their path and actually have people watch it, then that's amazing. It's been done before many times, trying to get collegiate wrestling or amateur wrestling on a grand stage. It's just never been done right. But you mentioned Hulk Hogan. The name that really does fascinate me is
Bischoff.
Eric Bischoff.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing, and
I'm
excited to see what happens, because there is that hype that's in collegiate wrestling right now, coming off some heat after this Philadelphia tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, if they do real wrestling moves and all, they're not coming off the top rope. There's not guys tapping out and all. You know what I mean? It's going to be lacking. That's going to be impossible to promote it that way. But I'm glad to see they're going to give it a shot.
Will we see finishing moves and stuff like that? That'd be cool.
Well, yeah.
Chair under the mat.
Yeah, it's going to be. They said it's going to be straight up, but that somehow or another it will have swagger.
Yeah, I can still see someone pulling off like an F5.
Okay,
an attitude
so
adjustment.
We'll get Hogan on. I'm sure you guys will work. They want to promote it. I think they're doing a massive amount of media around this. Okay, it's 855-839-1210. And Bill just referenced, we do have the Philadelphia head of the AFL-CIO coming on at 2 o'clock. Thrilled with that, because this is a show where we just don't preach to the choir. That doesn't mean I agree with any of this. In fact, I want to hear from more union people. I'm shocked. In Dom's mindset, I don't know day to day. SEIU, Marxist almost, or, radical. Building trades, they wouldn't have Bernie Sanders. They say, Bernie. They're not going to be doing that. I don't think. Johnny Doc up there with Bernie Sanders. Come on. Frank Keel. Frank, if you're listening, give us a call. Johnny Doc's PR guy. You're not going to have Bernie Sanders there, right? But the AFL-CIO is an interesting development, particularly how Trump has broken through. And this, this is a moment, though, where Republicans have to take a look at the idea post-Trump. Can we hold so-called working people, unions? I think Trump is the only. J.D. Vance, Don Trump Jr. All right, coming up, we're going to get you an update from one of the top Republican in Harrisburg. We had him on before around the Real ID. My strategy in the Real ID with you is to say this: don't do it unless you definitely know you're going to have to fly soon, and/or you're going to a federal facility. If you're going to jail, you're not going to need it. They're going to take you in there. Check that one off. I'm going to federal prison. You don't need the Real ID. I'm serious. That's what they're saying in Kentucky. Tell people don't do it. That'll free up the lines. I don't know if Jesse Topper will agree. We'll talk with him next on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling them back. Pricing to the year 2010. Enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue's rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss the opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop at res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of Cherry Hill is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of Cherry Hill has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. I remember when we got this email, this release from the Republicans in Harrisburg about Josh Shapiro. How in the world are you not going to take care of people? The lines are bulging already. We're now, about 5-6 days away from Real ID being in effect. You know my strategy with it, but I wanted to get on the top House Republican leader, the minority leader, Representative Jesse Topper, back with us. Leader, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be back.
Well, my idea with this, I'm following the guys in Kentucky. They asked for more time because they wanted to tell people, don't do it. That would free up the lines for those that have to do it because of a impending flight next 6 months or some federal business. What do you think of that strategy?
Well, look, I'm never going to tell anybody not to do it, but it is a good time to remind folks that just because the deadline is in effect doesn't mean you have to get it by that day.
Right.
If you're not planning a trip or you're not going, away or planning on being on a flight another year or something, then there's really no reason to make yourself wait in that line when in a couple months you can do the same thing. So I think that's just educating people that just because it goes into effect, the quote-unquote deadline, does not mean that from here on out you can't get real ID. You certainly can.
Representative, we're hearing with listeners, too. They feel they go through all the hoops, but somehow or another, it's not the right paper. They just don't seem to be able to comply. I'm sure you're hearing that. What do you tell people about that? What can be done about that?
Yeah, look, we're helping everyone who comes into our office, making sure they have what they need, contacting the DMV before they go down, ensuring that this will be the accurate information. It's complex. Look, it's the typical government mandate mess. I mean, this is what happens when when government becomes too intrusive, whether it's supposedly for people's safety or not. The bureaucracy is always going to move slow. It's always going to be too much paperwork. Everything that we always fear when it comes to the government getting involved in something is playing itself out now with this rollout. So we're just, I know any member of the House that is helping folks, and I'm sure the Senate as well, get the right documentation they need, just trying to make it as user-friendly as possible.
Wanted to turn our attention, because it has national implications, really, the budget this time around with Josh Shapiro. We had somebody on this week, Stacey Garrity, and did not feel, I'm glad she was truthful, that you guys, because of the nonsense in the House, I guess, could hold Josh Shapiro to what made him in the national darling, I guess. The line about children of God and we need school choice, then he reneged on that big time. It would seem that he would want to have that mantle again. Is school choice, Texas, for example, now more fertile ground, harder for you guys, just went full bore, $1 billion for school choice. What is going to happen this time?
Well, as long as the House Republican caucus is in the negotiating room, school choice will be on the table. Obviously, how that manifests itself, there's a lot that's on the table with this budget. We need to turn our economic growth around here in Pennsylvania, get it on a better track with energy production and energy development. Again, school choice is always on the table. Voter ID needs to be on the table. But when it really comes down to these numbers, if we don't turn the economy around in Pennsylvania with more energy production, then these numbers simply don't add up moving forward. So it's going to be a tricky budget cycle. But yes, education reform will always be at the top of our list.
Governor Shapiro, at least on paper, would seem to be on the side of energy doing that. Is that true or not, though? Is he not?
Well, those are the words. That's the rhetoric. But the ironic thing is, with one swipe of the pen, he could remove Pennsylvania from the regional greenhouse gas initiative the governor will put us into with the swipe of a pen, an executive order. We're saying that that's the number one issue that could bring stability to the market when it comes to energy production, and he hasn't done it yet. And I don't know why that has to be a budget negotiation piece when the industry is saying that is why you see the growth in Ohio and West Virginia and you don't see it in Pennsylvania. So I do appreciate the words and the rhetoric, but at some point we need the action to match it.
Well, I think we both know, but for listeners, in Pennsylvania, I think that would be popular for Shapiro, but national aspirations, he's worried, as he was the last time, about the left wing of the party. That would be damaging. One other area, I read, you would know better, you're right there, games of skill, of chance, and all that. That's one stream. The one I'm interested in, though, is marijuana legalization. Scale of 1 to 10, if I could. Could that happen as a revenue stream here?
2.
A 2.
I just don't think that's, I don't think that's realistic for this session.
Okay.
I really don't. I mean, I think there's too many parties that are too far apart on the implementation, and quite frankly, I just don't believe that's a wise source of revenue for us to pursue at this moment with all the instability that's out there at the federal level. Perhaps next session, I'm not saying it's going to go away, but if you're asking me the likelihood of this session, I think it's a long way away from happening.
What's been your position on it? Because, and again, you would know, you have a better gut instinct. Polling-wise, I think we're pretty close in Pennsylvania. If it were on the ballot, I think it might pass, not like Jersey, 60-40. Could be 51-49. Would it pass?
It very well might. I mean, but here's the problem. That's not what is before us. It's just simply a pass or fail mechanism. One side wants to see it in the state stores. I'm absolutely opposed to that. The industry doesn't even want to see that. The federal government it's still not legal, and it's still a Schedule I narcotic. It hasn't even moved to a Schedule III yet, which means, of course, because it's illegal at the federal level, you can't use credit. You can't expand with capital. We're seeing in the medical world with medical marijuana a lot of layoffs because the industry simply can't get off the ground like they thought they would here. So there's a lot of issues behind it as opposed to, do you think marijuana should be legal? Well, yes, maybe you think that, but how does that policy, and that's where there's huge gaps right now.
What did Jersey do? Do you have any sense? How did they do it then? I'm not saying it's thriving. I'm not in that camp, but it seems to be doing okay in Jersey. What is it that allowed them to do it?
Certainly better than in New York. I mean,
right.
New York, it's been a catastrophe. I think, look, you have to fix the tax rate. The problem with trying to go after all this money and revenue is that with too high of a tax rate, you would create essentially another illicit market.
Right.
If Cousin Joey can throw it in his backyard and sell it for $2, well, then what are we doing going and getting it legally? So those kind of issues really determine whether the market's going to be successful in the state or not.
All right. Well, Representative, thank you so much. And again, the tip, listeners should contact their representative to kind of, before they get there at the DMV, if they're going to do this, and not then have a long line, then get turned away that they don't have the right stuff. So, and I guess the bottom line, too, is I just wanted to clarify that. And I'm surprised, you may know him better. I just have him as a sparring partner. You actually have to deal with him. I mean, I have, when he was here, Governor Shapiro, I thought he would swoop in when you came on with me and you guys were saying he's got to do more hours, he's got to open up. I thought that would be his move, to swoop in and pretend at least.
Well, look, I thought so too. I mean, anything we can do to make any bureaucracy more user-friendly should be embraced if you want to see good response from constituents, but we'll keep pushing it on our end and see what happens.
Thank you. Thanks, Representative, very much. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime. Thanks, Tom.
Representative Jesse Topper here with where they're going with the budget. I think Pennsylvania's over the line as far as I judge by talk radio. This were 10 years ago, and you said legalize marijuana. They'd be like, oh, my God, get this guy out of here. Now it's just not, it's a close call type. In Jersey, obviously. And it's worked in Jersey somewhat. Is Shapiro going to do that? I'm not sensing Republicans are driven enough to get school choice over the finish line. And I believe school choice is the secret sauce. You open that up, and America's going to be different. How do they stop it? How do they continue to do this? I'm going to ask about that with the AFL-CIO because they're for workers, their families. I give them that, their union. Guys coming up here in about 15 minutes. My first question is, though, why Bernie Sanders on May Day? This is an unusual choice. It's a marquee. You got to face it on their side. This is the progressive marquee. The only one better would be AOC, probably. So 855-839-1210. Come to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday, May 7th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A pro-Palestinian encampment is back up at Swarthmore College. The school's threatening to suspend student protesters who don't leave. Only 6 days until the deadline to get your real ID, but less than a third of eligible Pennsylvanians have them. And the Washington National staffer who collapsed at last night's Phillies game is recovering.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. These verbal mistakes, mispronunciations, faux pas, all of that thrown in today on May Day. And we're about 13 minutes away from a big guest, the guy that's the host, the AFL-CIO, Bernie Sanders. By the way, in the Dugan, I think they have one more thing on Port Richmond or something coming up. The Dugan Krasner thing. Dugan has more money running more spots. In one, he said, I've seen up close our district attorney failed to bring real reform or make us safe. Now he wants us to believe he can take on Trump. Get real. All right. I can live with that as an effective type of thing here with Krasner. And Krasner's ads are saying, not only did he make us safe, now he's taken on Trump and his billionaire buddies. Ah, God, it just never ends. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. All right, let's go to Jesse in Drexel Hill. Hey, Jesse, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
You know, when I was growing up, the word was et cetera.
Right.
Now it's become et cetera.
Yes, subtle mispronunciation. I think I do it occasionally in the heat of battle. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. All right, we'll put you.
All right.
Thank you, Jesse. We'll put you down for that. That's today's side question coming off May Day and Justin Timberlake and how that word is viewed. You can hit us with
Can
that.
I throw out another one?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
One that really grinds my gears that you hear often here in Philly, especially. Gabagool.
Oh.
Come on. And it's referring to our interview yesterday, but gabagool, mozzarella. Come on. It's just mispronounced by Jerseyans in Philadelphia. It's not Italian.
Calamud.
No, it's calamari.
Yeah. The blasphemy. It's calamad. Come on.
And my dad says something that just bugs me so much. Rather than saying coupons, he says coupons. What do you say?
I think I say coupon.
Yeah.
Coupon.
Coupon.
It's coupon.
In
I don't
what
think
world
so.
is it coupon?
No,
it's C-O-U. It's not C-O-O.
That's pedantic.
No, it's not. It's I think that's coupon.
Pedantic.
It's pronounced
coupon.
It's coupon.
Is that something you picked up in Indiana or
no,
something?
it's all right. It's normal.
We may have to go to the national board for a ruling on that. Okay. The representative, I know, reluctant to say to you, well, he did in his own way. You don't have to have it by this. So does that relieve things? Don't kill yourself to get it by May 7th. I don't even know if you really need it in the end. I have to admit, I admire what they're doing in Jersey. Only 17% have done it. Enough already. I don't know I go quite as far as Dan when we talked yesterday, but the less information, the less data, the less government, the less people handling it. We hear all the time, oh, what could go wrong? It's foolproof. Stop it already. The less facial recognition. The problem we have in this country, you have people here illegally. You have people that we don't profile at airports because of any number of factors. So everybody has to take their shoes off. I don't mind. But how about some people that have any number of things that experts would look at and say, maybe we should have a talk with them? Yesterday, Philadelphia wants to spend more on drones now. I don't want to spend more drone cameras and doing more of this nonsense. Lock up the people, push back against Krasner, the police chief and mayor. What's a better strategy? More drones or jumping into this race and saying Krasner is not going to make you safe? Let him loose. Larry wants to do that. We don't need more cameras on all Americans. We don't need more hurdles on Americans. What we have to do, we don't need more shoplifting task force. Arrest people for shoplifting. Go after them on this. We've talked about all these quality of life crimes that you get away with in Philadelphia that Krasner has put on steroids. No more spying, no more speed cameras on Roosevelt. You have people that speed all the time. They either don't have licenses, they don't have a license plate. How much have we gone through this? You got a Commonwealth court. How many years has it been that they've allowed this city councilman, the Isaiah Thomas guy, to get away with the fact that he thinks you need to green book if you're a black male to travel in Philadelphia? Remember that? So he just wants a ticket sent in the mail or ignore all these violations. So we have people running wild out there. We bring on Pat Malloy from Abington. They show up there and they're amazed. You have to drive with a license plate. You can't have those phony tags. Stop it already with the drones. Stop it already with more cameras. Because if you find these people and you don't prosecute them, or Krasner won't, and this guy that is the SEPTA prosecutor, I may have to go and knock on his door. Is he in an underground office? We don't know where he is. Unnemeyer? Mr. Unnemeyer, call the show someday. What have you done in almost a year? We had on the head of SEPTA, and he said, I'm going to be meeting with him tomorrow. I don't think he's prosecuted a case yet. We put you in there to stop Krasner. All right, let's see. Let's go to John on a car phone on talk radio in a car. All right, John, what do you have here?
Hey, Dom. Good to talk to you. I was listening earlier and then had to go into the doctor's office for a visit. But, Dan is wrong. It's not coupon because you spell that Q-U-E.
Right.
If I'm an Indian back in the Wild West days and I count coup because I chopped off the top of your head and took your scalp, that's C-O-U-P. That's coupon.
Well, any way that we put Dan in a corner, I'm all for that. So there you go.
Scalping you could have just said a car coupe, like a two-door car. You know?
Okay.
Well, it's the same, but it has an E on the end, right?
All right. What's yours, John?
Just simply the word ax instead of ask. If you're going to ax me anything, I'm likely to 45 you right in the chest with a 45 caliber slug. You come at me with an axe, you're going to get something in return.
All right, thank you, John. The violence in that call. Going after Dan with the scalps, going after the axing. With the guy. Yeah. All right, I want to give full time every second. Coming up, happy to bring you the head. It's Danny Border, right? Danny.
We'll get the pronunciation.
Okay,
but that's
it looks like Border. The head of the AFL-CIO, and he's just about 2 hours away from opening up the mic for Bernie Sanders. Why that choice? May Day in Philadelphia, AFL-CIO. Next on Talk Radio 1210.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints, Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210WPHT.com. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. The big news event in town today, not just here, but rallies, May Day, and then across Pennsylvania after today with Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders speaking, as I understand it, there will be a march around 4 o'clock over at City Hall. A lot of closures in downtown Philadelphia. And we have the guy who either will introduce or is the inviter of one of the biggest unions in the area. Danny Bowder is with us on the Dom Show, president of the Philadelphia Council AFL-CIO. President, welcome on a big day, and thanks for joining us.
Dom, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to join your show today.
Well, thank you. We're very glad, particularly 2 hours to kick off here. So, Danny, President, why Bernie Sanders, though, is reflecting your union when you make this type of choice? I was kind of surprised at that.
Well, it's a great question. We've been planning on having a rally on May Day for a few months now. May Day, as you may know, prior to McCarthyism was Labor Day. It still is, in the rest of the world, is Labor Day. We have a different Labor Day holiday now in the United States, which is great. I love Labor Day. I love our parade, and I love our tradition. But the labor movement is, in a lot of ways, getting back to its roots, and so it's an opportunity for us to join the global labor movement and celebrate our unions and worker movements across the country and across the world on one day on May 1st. We've been planning on doing this rally for a while, and about a week and a half ago, our staff here got a phone call from Senator Sanders' staff asking if Bernie would be able to come to our rally and speak. And so we talked it over, internally and had some questions for them because we still wanted to have our identity. We know Sanders has his tour that he's been on, and he's going to be, doing some stuff in Harrisburg and I believe in the Lehigh Valley as well over the next few days. And that's his thing, and that's great. But, we wanted to have our thing. But if he wants to come and speak to workers in Philadelphia at our rally, we're welcoming him.
Well, my question was, and I hear what you're saying internally, that he's, how is he appropriate, though? To me, he is a Marxist, and yet he has 3 homes valued at like $2.5 billion. He's made over $1 million a year, Danny, for several years, and yet this is billed today going after the rich and greed.
Well, we're going after billionaires. To be really clear, the way that wealth is distributed in the United States has tilted heavier and heavier and heavier towards the wealthy, and we've got more billionaires now than ever before. This is a number that, at least when I was growing up, was kind of an abstract. You're joking about numbers and learning how to count to 100. Counting to 1 million or knowing the number 1 million was kind of the highest number that you could know of, and now we've got thousands of billionaires in the United States alone. And so we see that wealth is shifting heavily over into a single direction, but at the same time, wages are stagnant. The minimum wage, at least in Pennsylvania, hasn't changed in 15 years. Costs are increasing. We're still dealing with inflation that's kind of the fallout from the pandemic. People are talking about still the price of eggs and things like that, household staples. And so average people, workers, are looking at the way that the world works and the way that things are done here in our country and seeing that these incredibly, fantastically wealthy people, these billionaires, are able to do and say things with impunity that none of us can say or do, and are able to accomplish things for themselves, continuing to amass more and more wealth. And that's just an unequal system.
Well,
and
let's talk about that.
That's the through line.
Consistently, then, I would say Governor Pritzker then is out, the governor of Illinois, as a Democrat leader.
For what?
He's a billionaire.
So what? But I mean, I'm not sure what your point.
Well,
is.
I'm saying, would he be able to speak to your group? Is that someone you could see your group voting for or endorsing? He's a billionaire.
Oh, sure. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, like Governor Pritzker, Governor Murphy, in next door in New Jersey, also, I believe a billionaire. No, I don't know. I'm not really concerned about who's running for president in 4 years right now.
Danny, you just called out. You set the metric here at billionaires, and I've given you some. Would they not, by extension of what your policy is, you're saying not millionaires now, but these billionaires, they're out.
I'm sorry, Don, but I'm not sure. Would I extend it? Like, if they asked if they could come and speak?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'd certainly have issues with that.
Oh, okay.
I could say, from a policy standpoint, I can say that, I obviously am more familiar with Governor Murphy because he's the governor of our next door state, and my colleagues in New Jersey, in the labor movement in New Jersey, have had some good interactions with him, have got some good legislation done. From folks that I know in New Jersey, they seem to think that he's been a good governor. Same thing for folks that I know in Illinois. But yeah, no, I am not comfortable with people who are that wealthy having major positions of power. That said, I don't live in Illinois. I don't live in New Jersey, and any sort of presidential election is many years away.
Let's talk about another group. When I read the invitation, and I think it was from your group or, your spokesperson, Danny, talking about immigrants. What do we mean by immigrants? Do we mean legal immigrants, or do we mean anybody that's here as an immigrant?
Well, I mean immigrants. Anyone who's here is an immigrant. People who have, status are just as vulnerable right now as people who may be undocumented. We've got people who have status that have been whisked away to the El Salvador prison, that's a real concern because we are a nation of laws with due process and procedures and things like that. And it seems like this administration is trying to race to the end of those things as opposed to going through them that are time tested in court upheld. And that's
let me be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt,
but
Danny,
federal cases.
Are we talking about Garcia, the man from Maryland? What's the stance on that guy?
You mean my union brother, Kilmar Garcia? Yeah,
your union brother. He's here illegally. His wife.
He's a union brother, and he has protected status.
Based on what?
That's a real thing.
Based on what?
Based on the judge that gave it to him, Tom. These are
wait a minute. That's El Salvador. But I'm talking about staying in this country. Is this rally to support the idea of people being here illegally?
This rally is to promote the dignity of all workers, whether or not they were born in the United States or emigrated here from another country. It's to talk about the dignity and their humanity and the fact that this is an administration that does not respect workers, does not respect immigrants, and is starting a policy and a program of arresting and deporting people without having any sort of due process.
Well, Garcia, in my view, had due process with two courts. But, Danny, you're talking about President Trump. How did President Trump get elected with astounding totals for a Republican, both union people, but also, I'll put in quotes, working class people, across a pretty diverse base? When you're talking about President Trump not respecting that, these are people that support him more than any Republican that I can name and that you probably can name.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, Tom. I would say I'd say it's two things. Number one is the Democratic Party, really since the Reagan era has struggled with having any sort of tangible messaging for working people. I think that's the easiest way I can describe it. I think that's number one. I think number two is President Trump in his 2016 campaign found that he was able to reach people who had been disaffected by politics. Many of those are working class people in places like Pennsylvania, and earn their vote. and he was able to do that. And so, I don't think that there's as much of a secret sauce here as much as that's sort of the state of play.
What I'm
polling
suggesting,
that I've seen,
go ahead.
Polling that I saw following the 2024 election,
right,
showed that union households, and again, this is polling. We don't know who people vote for because it's a secret ballot. But polling that I saw from the AFL-CIO showed that union households across the board voted for Harris in like a 10-point margin. That's not to say that all union members or all union households voted for Harris, but there was a 55-45, something like that, sort of a split. So Harris did win them on aggregate, but didn't have the spread that successful presidential candidates have had in the past. And so, that's why the labor movement has the opportunity to do things like this, where we can have a rally and a mass action where we can talk about these, kitchen table issues that people really care about without having to do it in a way of trying to also sell a candidate or a party to people. And that's a challenge, for the labor movement writ large. It's one that we've been working very hard on here in Philadelphia by doing as much public education as we possibly can, both to our members and to the general public about their rights on the job, how to organize a union if they're interested, unions 101, things like that. We've got some really great educational programs that we're running to kind of demystify the union world, but also to let workers know, especially those who don't have a collective bargaining agreement or a union in their industry, you can organize one in your workplace and have that, democracy in the workplace that we have, and we want to help you get there.
Okay, Danny, but
that's a message that we can have. The Democrats can't have a message like that.
Okay,
but they could have a really good economic message, and I'm hoping they do.
I see this with Sanders, the tour, as being anti-Trump. And I go back to, again, are you saying Harris may be the polling, she might have won the aggregate. But for Democrat Party, that indicates a seismic shift, I would argue. And if you're attacking Trump and saying he's not producing, are you saying your people are not paying attention? Or could it be that things like illegal immigration, cultural issues or quality of life issues, Danny, you're on the wrong side of it. That's how it's perceived.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that's also part of the problem, Tom, is that the being on the wrong side of it isn't necessarily accurate because that can be areas where a political party can find themselves. But, the labor movement is made up of workers, and our priorities are the priorities of our members. We are small d democratic organizations where the rank and file membership votes on what their leadership is at every level. And so, we have a much better finger on the pulse, so to speak, than political parties do. But it's we get put in a tough position where we don't have the Hines and Specter and God, I'm blanking on.
All right, well, let me ask you.
Let
me ask
John
you.
Taylor,
Okay,
and
there's
fewer and fewer of those really great. Not that they don't exist, but
who's the last Republican that you endorsed for president in your knowledge? Who was that?
Was it the AFL-CIO?
Yeah, you're
oh
local.
My God.
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't know because the AFL and the CIO merged in 1960.
Right.
So I know they didn't endorse Nixon.
Right.
And so I don't know that there's been a Republican endorsed by the AFL-CIO.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? You're an arm of the Democrat Party, then.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I'll say that.
Okay.
And
that's
you know what I mean. I'm not
okay.
going to. That's not
All
a point I want to. And I'm not making any waves here.
Okay.
But the Democratic Party does what they do, and good, bad, or indifferent, that's what they do. The Republican Party does what they do in the same way. It's funny you say that. I'm looking at my desk, and I have here a ticket for Vince Fennerty's reception for the Philly GOP, and then next to that is the ticket for Bob Brady's reception for the Philly Democrats. And so we are a nonpartisan organization, and I will, Oh no, I think I'm out of town for that one. But
well, listen,
I do attend both of those events.
You know what? Say hello to Vince Fennerty for me, because he's the guy keeping you and the Democrat Party in power, Danny. At least in Philadelphia. But aside,
I'm not a Democratic Party officer.
You made that point.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but like it's very true. We have members within the labor community that are politically very conservative, and they matter to me just as much as and someone who is very liberal or progressive or a Marxist or whatever.
I wanted to get one more question, Danny, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Senator Slotkin from Michigan, the new senator, said this, not about you per se, the AFL-CIO, I don't know that, but about the Bernie Sanders when he's here. And I would say it appears he's hijacking this. He's the marquee. Will there be American flags there with the Bernie Sanders event? She says, and she's a progressive from Michigan, that's lacking at any Bernie Sanders event.
I don't know. I'm not planning Bernie Sanders events. I'm planning
Well, isn't
labor
this
events.
a Bernie Sanders event?
No, this is our event. We've got speakers. I've got Jimmy Williams, a proud son of Philadelphia, the international president of the Painters and Allied Trades, who's our keynote speaker, who's been booked to be our keynote speaker for months. We've got rank and file union members who are going to be speaking at our rally today. Yes, Bernie Sanders is coming, and it is exciting because on economics and on workers' issues, Sanders has often been the closest to the labor movement's platform on those things, and he's someone with a great following and has been consistent on those issues. But people like Jimmy Williams, people like the rank and file members that we're going to have speaking today, those are the voices that we want to be elevating.
I wanted to go back.
So,
I hear what you're saying. I'm glad you're saying on, Danny. But Bernie Sanders would seize private property. Bernie Sanders is a closet Marxist, a socialist. He's anti-capitalism. Surely you don't sound like you endorse that.
Those are not the reason that someone like Sanders is able to come and speak at something like this is because there's a lot of places that we agree. We don't agree on everything, and that's the same way that it is with any sort of elected official that we're going to interact with. You know, Dom, a couple of years ago, I think it was 2019, it had to have been in the fall, we were able to host a presidential forum at the convention center, and I apologize to them. I'm not going to remember everybody who was running for president at the time, but we were very lucky that both Sanders and Biden came to our event, and they spoke at different times, you know, in the event, but both of them received standing ovations, more so than anyone else that was at the event. They were also probably the two most well known. But Biden in particular as the former vice president, but also was kind of like our third senator from Pennsylvania for many years, and Sanders because of his national following. And so the two of them ideologically or you know, politically pretty different, but in a lot of ways had overlap. And that overlap is where we are today. It's on workers' issues and on economic issues. That's where the overlap was for them, and that's where the overlap is with us.
All right. Well, Danny, thank you for coming on anytime. We'll be over and covering the event today in downtown Philadelphia. 4 o'clock, as we understand it, at City Hall, right?
That's right.
All right. Well, Danny, thank you. Thanks
bring
for
your
coming on.
Bring your sunblock. It's going to be sunny.
All right. Thank you, Danny. I tan well. I don't need a lot of that. Can go out there right now. We'll always have that covered.
The Italian olive skin.
Exactly. All right. We like your reaction to that. Dan, do you have an instant reaction? Then we'll take Henry with him.
It was a very impassioned discussion. I listened.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Henry?
Yeah. Just a few buzzwords there that he said. I'm like, oh boy, here goes Dom on this one.
Well, no, I'm not going to. He's good. Look, he's good enough to come on, not threaten to leave like Jack Stolzheimer did that time. And we welcome that. I think Bernie's hijacking this event, though. That's what it's about.
I like to ask isn't this a Bernie event? No, it's not a Bernie event.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Come on.
Right. I mean
that's showing up for Bernie.
That's the marquee. They're going back to the old labor movement, which was semi-Marxist, and Bernie fits right in. Not only that, insightful by him, and I commend him on his side. So now we're drawing the line at billionaires. I don't know if Murphy is or not, but Pritzker definitely is. How do we suddenly say just billionaires? A guy that owns 3 homes, makes $1 million a year. yet talks constantly about attacking income inequality. How do you have the stance to do that? I just want to know, how much can you make before you got to shut up? Murphy is worth maybe $1 billion. He never shuts up about it. Why don't you give your money to somebody then? Why doesn't Bernie do that? Why does he need 3 homes? You can't answer those questions. And he is hijacking the event. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get in. Hit us on the side question, too. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
And that's right. Great prize today, too. Playing for a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints, Trump's first 100 days in office. Tuesday, May 8th, Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Time is running out. Get your tickets to hear all the voices of 1210 WPHT on stage together. One special night. It's electric. When we've done this way, way back. We haven't done it in 10 years at least. Get your tickets today at 1210WPHT.com. All right, what do we have?
Yeah, Dom, so today we're talking about misheard words or commonly mispronounced things. And, Dom, today we're talking about a band that was very large back in the day. It's been a couple of years now, but today's cover band, named after one of the musicians in their band, skyrocketed to fame after singing a song written by a person commonly mentioned on the Dom Giordano program. In that song, they mispronounce a lyric. Well, they pronounce a lyric that's commonly misheard as a hygiene product. So here they are covering a Bob Marley tune for an 80s fundraiser for Africa. Who is today's cover band that's well known for producing a lyric that's often misheard? Take a listen. Pretty bad, I know, but Dom, this band really skyrocketed to fame again, singing a song that was written by someone we often talk about here on the Dom Giordano program, and famously pronouncing a word in a way that's often been misheard. Who is this band now singing a Bob Marley tune, Dom, that wins those Politics and Pines tickets?
All right, that's remember this coming Tuesday. Get your tickets now if you don't win today. And again, the Great American Pub over there in Phoenixville. Rich will be broadcasting from 3 until 6. I know I'll be there about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and Nick and Dawn stopping by, too, on our way to the big event. Get him right now, and also give me your reaction to our guests for the big Bernie Sanders rally. It comes to town today, and here in downtown Philadelphia, I think they'll get 5,000 people. Philadelphia city government shutting down. That's always good. Less mischief they can create. So it's 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Politics and Pints. It'll be at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30. But wait, there's more. How about the pregame coverage?
Pregame.
Starting at 3 o'clock, Great American Pub. Rich Zioli broadcasting live in Phoenixville.
We're going to have a well-lubricated audience, if you know what I mean. I would get your tickets now because this might be so much fun. This might be a rowdy event. Come on, show up and represent. We give you tons of entertainment. Make sure you're there, 1210WPHT.com.
We don't go out that way enough.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly,
And now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That's exactly right. All right. So we're looking today for a mispronounced term here.
Well, kind of. We're looking for the band that usually
Right,
mispronounce.
right,
well, they
right.
actually pronounced it
Right.
correctly.
No,
I
I'm
think.
saying that's the general, and the song
Oh,
plays into that. So we're looking for the name of the band.
Yeah, we're looking for the band, and here is a clue.
Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear.
And today's cover band, named after one of the musicians in the band, skyrocketed to fame after singing a song written by a person commonly mentioned on our show. In this song, they pronounce a lyric commonly misheard as a hygiene product, and here they are covering a Bob Marley tune. Who is the band, Dom?
Let's go to Heather and King of Prussia. All right, Heather, who's the band?
Manfred Mann.
All right, nicely played, Heather. I'll put you on hold, and you will be with us at Politics and Pints. So, Dan, who's the
so
person
Dom,
we
that's
talk
Manfred
about?
Mann, named after their
Right.
keyboardist, Manfred Mann himself, largely famous because of Blinded by the Light, a song written by Bruce Springsteen, who's often mentioned here on the show in a negative term, but often a lyric misheard related to a hygiene product. So what is it actually? Do you know the actual lyric? It's revved up like a deuce.
Right.
No,
Right.
it's actually wrapped up like a deuce.
No, it's revved. I'm looking at it right
no,
here.
No, it's apparently wrapped.
I'm looking at Spotify right now. I'm playing the song.
As you can hear, still to this day, there are debates over the pronunciation of this phrase, and that's Manfred Mann's Blinded by the Light. They're covering the Redemption Song by Bob Marley.
All right, so Heather joining us. You can too. One more chance to win tomorrow, but you got to get your tickets and be over there. Colonial Theater is such a great locale. As I said, we did a debate. Oh, it's got to be, I don't know how many, it's got to be double figures years ago, potentially. It's always a lot of fun, but this is more the review of President Trump's 100 days, which is by then amazing how many other stories we'll hear. All right, you heard the head of the union bringing in Bernie Sanders. It will be interesting, and I'll comment tomorrow on the number of American flags there, particularly with Sanders. And I feel sorry for the keynote guy. I mean, that's well-meaning, labor union. He's going to do the keynote. He mentioned Jimmy Williams and all that stuff. But they're coming for Bernie Sanders. And the people that are coming that you'll see, they're going to be out there in Abington today. They're going to be in Jersey. On May Day, they choose. Not just the union stuff. These are the same individuals. I mean, I had to park pretty far away today toward Penn's campus We're usually over here around 24th and Chestnut, and I'm parked behind a Tesla. And I was thinking, man, this parking space was hard to get. But I don't know if I want to be behind a Tesla, given the crazies that are out there, particularly at a place like Penn. So will there be American flags there today? And you notice the AFL-CIO guy, the president, we're glad he came on, but he set the metric at billionaires. What about Pritzker? What about Murphy? Can you be a little bit under $1 billion? Is that the metric? How does Bernie Sanders, even Bernie Sanders, have the guts to talk about all this with 3 homes valued in the neighborhood of $2.5 million, several years? I went back to 2016, 2017, bringing in $1 million a year. They had a big deal when the college that his wife ran closed, and they got one of those homes in something that people didn't like. It's constant. But I would say he and AOC together are drawing crowds. You know, there's a certain craziness attached to this, a certain denial of consistency. And what really, really bothers them is this. The average, now you heard what he said. Who knows exactly? Kamala Harris, pretty much, because remember, union families can include the SEIU that are Marxist organizations. I mean, it's ridiculous. Probably did beat President Trump among union households in the aggregate. And that's what the president just said here. Right. But it was relatively close. Even he said within 10 points, it might even been in less. They're annoyed because here is a guy who is a billionaire. Here is a guy that they claim just poured into wealth, didn't do anything, that can relate, has the magic touch, and it's not just white guy union members building trades. It's diverse. It's Hispanics rising, African-American males principally. These are the people that put him over the top, that he won the popular vote against Kamala Harris. And we played you Harris a lot today. You can see why. So they can't penetrate that. They can't break that. It's the persona of Trump. It's the McDonald's stuff. It's the hard hat stuff. It's the entertainment, in addition to the policies. Can Republicans after this replicate that? I'd be one that I don't put on rose-colored glasses. It's going to be hard. I don't know who that guy is. Maybe they don't have to as much. Maybe there are other factors that they can do to still win. But with Trump, you got something here that the other side can't penetrate. What's the attack point? They want Trump. Maybe not as much as Democrats, but it's close, and that's all that you need here. So I don't think somebody like Johnny Doc, Frank Keel, his guy, I don't think they're bringing in Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is going to dwarf this. He's the draw. He's the marquee. He is a Marxist. He would seize private property except for his own. Why is that getting an audience here? Well, it's anti-Trump. You can always get, I mean, even when he ran before, you can always get people that resent their lot in life. Now, though, we've set it up to billionaires. How does a guy like Pritzker have any chance to be their nominee? A guy who just sat there. Look at him, inheriting the hotel fortune. It's the only reason he's a billionaire. That guy couldn't put two things together. I don't know that Murphy is a billionaire. At least he made it through hedge funding or whatever over there in Jersey. How did Democrats have all these rich guys that we look away with? Well, it's just the people that go with Trump, those billionaires. Our guys are good guys. Well, then how do they have $1 billion? Well, they earned it. Yeah, Pritzker? That's why I asked about Pritzker. Pritzker's the go-to here. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, one topic here. I just see it again. How in the world does Charles Barkley, as entertaining as he is, get to be the guy on national TV today saying he has concerns over Belichick now because of the girlfriend? This guy, need I go into some of the things he's caught with women in the car and everything else? He's entertaining. I think he was a great player, unique player. I saw him up close. I filmed him at a Sixers practice. He couldn't have been nicer to the kids when I'm still teaching.
Who's this?
Barkley, he came down on a fast break, and I never, the kid's cameraman.
You throw some bows?
His name was Ray. He stood there, and I had to almost pull him away. I give the kid a lot of credit. Barkley's coming to the basket. We're under the basket. These were big guys, but Barkley was easily the most frightening at full speed. I don't know how fast he can run, but when he dribbled a ball, it's like Iverson. Suddenly they were faster. But he's on national TV. We have concerns over Belichick now. This is who they go to? My God. What a 855-839. He's been held hostage. Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Yeah. All right, so you can get in on all this. Give me your reaction to this. We got a couple people that want to react. We'll come to you, and we'll get more on the side question today. You know, it said you just don't visit Sicily. We are fired up for this because I'm told Giuseppe yesterday, great guest, great tour guide, Conservative Tours. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization because of all the people that have come through. It's unparalleled beauty. Mediterranean. He talked about that a lot yesterday. Europe, in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Roe and you and me. It's nothing like doing it with a group of people that you know through Talk Radio 1210 listeners. So we're headed to Europe again with the best Conservative Tours, $55.44, including round-trip airfare. The dining events we enjoy, legendary. He went through a lot of them yesterday, even walking along the volcanoes. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, the Palace of the Normans. Call them now. If you've already talked to them, solidify, get going. 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour we talked about with Giuseppe, it's still there. You're going to really enjoy this in the weather. It's the fall. We're going to go to Taormina, which is the crown jewel. Savoca, Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque. Call them 888-733-9494.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Come out and enjoy the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Saturday, May 3rd, the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association presents live racing. First post is 12:40 p.m. Free admission, free family fun, and free parking at Parks Racing. Live music in the picnic grove by Ear Candy. Souvenir merchandise, food, and drink specials, all while you and the family enjoy the 151st Kentucky Derby. Saturday, May 3rd at Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Gates open at 10 a.m. Don't miss it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano show, by the way, with Mike Waltz. Now President Trump, I wish I had announced this earlier, is putting him in as UN ambassador. I still think he's better as national security advisor, but, and I really feel for Elise Stefanik that Republicans are not doing better in the House, that they're afraid they got to keep her in that seat. She would be a heck of a UN ambassador, and Marco Rubio is going to be interim national security advisor / Secretary of State. So Waltz is still going to be in play there in the UN. I don't think that's the best. Stefanik is who I want there. We'll see what happens. Let's go to John in Philly. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how you doing? I disagree with your last guest, the union guy. I'm a union brother, 35 years with Local 30 roofers, and I can't tell you how many of our members voted for Trump. It was an enormous amount, in up and down the line. And it's because of sanctuary cities. We're getting killed out there by non-union, and these people are coming over and taking, grabbing a wheelbarrow and getting right to work. And you got women in men and women's sports. That's, we don't agree with that. We don't agree with Krasner. There's no law and order. I mean, these are all things that we, are for, and the Democrats have lost. I agree. But that's why I was interested in him, John, because building trades, I know exactly what you're saying. SEIU, I would say, is the Bernie Sanders. I was surprised the AFL-CIO would let him hijack this. Yeah, me too. You're not going to see any carpenters and roofers and those trades down there. You're going to see, fanatics down there.
I would put the American flag at -0 that we'll see there.
I would agree. and they also killed the Obamacare killed us. They said, oh, you got to vote for Obama this was the second time he ran. You got to vote for Obama. Got to vote for. And as soon as he won, they sued our international sued the administration because Obamacare ruined our. We went from 200 hours in an overnight stay at a hospital to 400 overnight after he signed it.
Well, that's right,
so
and that's what happened.
That do for the unions? That didn't do anything for the unions.
The auto workers and all, they probably have the platinum plan. We knew that, and what Obama was going to do is undercut that.
Yeah, we had the Cadillac plan, we call it, and which was a great plan. And our copays went up. Overnight stays in hospitals went up. I mean, I thought we were. What are we going to get? What do we get from the voting for Democrats? Nothing. If you're a union brother, nothing.
Gotcha. Thank you, John. Thanks very much. Look, Kamala Harris may have won. I can see that. But it was close. And if you're close with the union voters, because you got to include SEIU and all that stuff, you heard what he said, too. I mean, he was holding his side decently, except for the flag question and also for calling Mr. Garcia union brother. Oh, man. Get that guy back here. Look, I will beg Greg, if I know he's coming back and they're flying him in, I want to broadcast from the tarmac. I don't care if planes are flying over my head. I just want to witness that scene of him handcuffed and shackled and sent to another country, wherever that is, or put in a penitentiary for however long we can. Bo in Levittown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo.
Hey, Dom, so that guy's tenet, T-E-N-E-T, as opposed to being a tenant, is that he believes in communism. Did you like how I threw the
Yeah, I
today's
like the
question
tenant
there?
in there. Sure, the tenants are good. Well, look.
I was going crazy. You probably saw what I was sending you.
You only
but
sent 5 emails. I thought you would send 10. But look, I understand for a marquee of what he's trying to do, the old labor movement. Bernie Sanders wants to do it. He hijacks it, though. That's what's going to happen here.
Well, here's the thing, Dom. For the trade unions, a lot of these guys are billionaire real estate developers who are keeping their plumbers busy, their drywall people, their sprinkler fitting systems. Does that mean he's not going to do any jobs unless somebody's worth $999,999,099?
I got to look up. I got to look up honestly. Democrat billionaires versus Republicans, and I bet it's really, really close. But look, I've frozen on Pritzker. Because, look, the guy looks bad. He's the epitome of a guy born to wealth. He is a billionaire. Every time it comes up, just say Pritzker.
I was so hoping, Dom, that Henry would have played, where you go, you're a dope, get out of here with that guy. I can't believe how patient you were. I mean, it was unbelievable. I was going crazy. None of the union guys I know want this guy.
Gotcha. Tenants, not the other tenants. All right, the homonyms here. One that, Henry, that really gets me, I saw it the opposite of it. The principal reason for success is hard work. The number of people that spell it C-I-P-L-E is just amazing. Yeah. Well, this was in a directive, I think it was sent out by the unions, and it said, principal, we will talk about our principles, P-R-I-N-C-I-P-A-L-S. I mean, doesn't anybody proofread? I mean, it's one thing to speak.
Got a lot of school leaders there?
Yeah, well, the Philadelphia Teachers Union. Oh, they'll be there in the front rows with Bernie. They can't get enough of Bernie today. No flags, though. Come on. Find an American flag somewhere. All right, it is the lightning round. We are coming to you next to hit us here on the side question. Get your name into the hat on Talk Radio 1210.
Natural disasters, politics, love, relationships, ambitions, and struggles. Add in social media, and we get a concoction that affects our mental health. But what can you do about it? Explore what experts say about mental health and get tips to improve yours on the next Odyssey Conversation, The State of Mental Health. Sunday afternoon at 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia? Full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitarelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/us-DOE.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, we are ready. Hit us with this kind of a pet peeve of a sort around words misunderstood, mispronounced, etc. Let's go to Bill in Palmyra on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, what's yours?
My side answer today, Dom, is 2 words which I'll put into a sentence. He asked me to see the picture, and it's the word axe, which should be ask, and the picture, which should be picture.
All right, we're the second axe today. One guy threatened if you came at him with your axe, he was loaded on that. So the axe thing, we know. Okay. Joe in Bordentown. What's yours, Joe? Hi.
Mine's a personal pet peeve. When I pronounce my name, which has 9 letters, and it ends in SKY, and I tell them how to pronounce it, and I spell it to them, and they seem to need the Rosetta Stone to figure out how to say it.
All right. Look, some people are burdened. My advice is, particularly with a kid, DJ and I wouldn't pick a kid because he tried to embarrass us how the name was pronounced in pitching. If he threw 95, we might have. If you have a last name, I know it's got to be a burden. I played with it for fun. I really don't mind Don. Don't do that at the event coming up this week.
I'm one of those people whose last name gets mispronounced all the time. That's why I've always thought about changing it back to the more Italian-sounding way.
I would always go Italian. Matt DeSantis here, too, says to do that. But, the Don and Dom thing, I've listened to you for 20 years, Don. How do you do that stuff? What is it that just... Dan is literally, I think Dan witnessed it, a doctor or whatever, and you say it 3 times. Not that I'm doing it. And they just go to Don, and I think
want to talk to Don. Wait,
yeah, exactly.
You called in 330 times, dude. Like, how do you not know the name of the show?
But if I had a last name like that, I would tell our kid, don't make a big deal out of it. People don't like it, particularly if you're screaming out in a voice. It's that. It's not this. You got to live with it a little bit.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
You just got to learn to live with it. That's what it comes down to.
All right. Here's a last name. Joe in Westchester. Joe, what's yours?
Hello?
Yes, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's the guy who attempted the assassination on Trump, Mangione.
Yes.
And they always say Mangione. My name ends with O-N-E too, but Capone and Stallone. It's O-N-E. It's not an I. An I is pronounced with the E, but they pronounce the E.
It's Mr. Corleone. Remember that in Godfather 2, the corrupt senator? Yeah.
Is it Chuck Mangione or Chuck Mangione?
It depends. If you want to make it more Italian, I would ask Frank Canau or Frank Canaui. Our production guy. The Earl of Tacony. Let's get him in here. All right, Earl, what's yours today?
Well, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
My answer is, for decades, listening to the Billy Joel song, it's still rock and roll to me. And the song goes, how about a pair of pink sidewinders and a bright orange pair of pants? For years, I thought he was saying you could really be a bold drummer baby if you just give it half a chance. The term is Beau Brummel baby. I know who Beau Brummel is. He invented the modern suit. There's a store in Montclair, New Jersey called Beau Brummel's, which is probably what inspired the song in the first place. But for years, I couldn't understand why he was talking about drums when the whole verse was about clothing.
Absolutely. Well, look, sometimes it's on the singer, too. I mean, the pronunciation, the little hitches here make it hard on people to fully understand this stuff. There's a little bit of that. All right, Henry, this was your brainchild, so you start us off. Who did you like?
Yeah, I liked Joe in Columbus with the regional dialect of Acme.
Okay.
Bill in Montco with the No Holds Barred. You know, that's one I hadn't considered before.
It was a great call,
It's
too.
a great one. And then because I think it spurred some good conversation there. Spurred, not spurned.
Damn.
Joe in Bordentown with the last name call.
The whole thing. Yeah. Dan, what did you like?
The axe was in a couple of times, Dom.
Yeah.
But I'm not too
Yeah,
fond
no.
of it. But Earl really exemplified what I like out of answers when he brings a little sort of trivia, and now I know who the founder of the modern suit is. So thanks to that. Earl.
All right. So the misheard lyric, and Henry, yours again, number one answer. Now we're down to
Joe in Bordentown because no one can say his last name correctly, and I've had to live with that my whole life as well.
All right. Since it was your question, we'll go with that. Although the Earl was a great one too. Yeah,
Sorry,
we'll
Earl.
put that in.
And sorry, guy who's going to
Right.
attack me with an axe now.
Yeah. All right. So we'll have all of that for you again tomorrow. We're always looking for side questions. Don't forget the big night coming up, though. This coming Tuesday over there in Phoenixville. Get your tickets, 1210WPHT.com. And if you haven't been, I've been to the Great American Pub, not the one in Phoenixville. Another one, though. They're good. Very good.
Why do you keep mispronouncing Phoenixville?
Oh, there you go. That's right. I once got off there that you had to have some kind of credential to do it, and I got a letter about it. It was one of those exits where you have to have, you had to have whatever it is.
Did you see the Blob?
Yeah, and the Blob, though. The Blob place. We'll all be there, and we'll all be supporting Rich. He'll be there 3 to 6, and then we head over VIP, and then that's going to be a lot of drinks that night. Who knows what may get said at that event. I think Matt DeSantis might even be there.
What town's it in?
It's in Phoenixville.
And
Rich Zioli is next for 4 big hours next year on Talk Radio 1210.
Something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep. Family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating.